I welcome you to what I consider to be a wonderful, actually exciting journey into cosmology. Fundamentally, in this presentation, we will be doing cosmology using the insights given us from Newtonian physics as it leads to quantum physics through the lens of faith. But make no mistake, we will go on this journey using only the science of our present day and answer some major questions facing science today using the science of the day. Starting with energy, in this presentation, I am going to take on a bold task. Using current day insights from Newtonian physics and quantum physics, I'm going to demonstrate what energy is, what dark energy is, what gravity is, and how they form a unified entity. As you can see, I'm a Catholic priest. What I share with you will find its foundation in acknowledging the presence of the Creator God, but I will make my case using only the insights of Newtonian mechanics and quantum mechanics. This presentation would be a good overview of astrophysics as it leads into cosmology. My name is Father Ed Kohler. Welcome to my living room here. This is where I do much of my work. I am a retired Catholic priest from the Diocese of Helena, Montana. I have an intense interest in Newtonian mechanics as it leads to quantum mechanics. A number of years ago, I began on my own to study it as a hobby, and it has been an exciting journey for me. This is an effort to summarize, synthesize, formulate my thoughts, postulate some conclusions, and learn from this effort. I am not a writer, I'm a preacher and evangelist, but here I will be doing science. Will I be taken seriously? Probably not. But it is fun for me to do it in this way, and the insights I have, I believe, will prove to be valid and very important. I'm compelled to do it. There is something spiritual happening in the physics lab. I'm trained to see it. I want to expose it and have some fun while doing it. If you hang in here with me, I promise you, you will not be disappointed. In my studies, I was introduced to the reality of time dilation. At that point, once I understood it, I realized that the astrophysicists were getting very close to touching the creative hand of God. I became very excited to know more. Many of the astrophysicists, too, are very excited about what they are discovering. The harmony, the beauty, the symmetry, the elegance of creation. Though many of them, as a matter of discipline, don't acknowledge God, they celebrate the wonder and the beauty of creation. And this did not bother me. I celebrated along with them because I know where nature and evolution get their marching orders from the Creator God. So then, let us begin our reflection at the beginning with what astrophysicists know with some certainty about the beginnings of our universe. We are setting here now the stage for our journey. What we are going to discuss is very heady, but is extremely important to set our discussion in a foundation of science, to set the stage, so to speak, so as to be able to understand the postulates and the conjectures that I would like to share with you. These are my sources. I have taken about 5 courses in physics from the Great Course Company. I have done each of these courses more than twice. They are exceptional in their content and quality. One course has become foundational for me. I've gone through it many times, especially lessons 18 through 24. I still refer to it often as I prepared this talk. It is foundational to the themes of this talk. The course is Black Holes, Tides, and Curved Space-Time, Understanding Gravity, done by Professor Benjamin Schumacher of Kenyon College. Dr. Sean Carroll has been a huge contributor to my education also, but I will introduce his course on dark matter, dark energy when I get to that part of our discussion. Also, some YouTube talks in particle physics and quantum mechanics have contributed to my education. Siri has been an absolute godsend to me. If I phrase the question right, Siri presents a paper on the topic. I will actually be referring the listener to Siri on some topics that may need more explaining. I have over 150 articles on different physics subjects that Siri has led me to. So with that introduction, let us begin our journey. First, in setting the stage, we must review the Newtonian mechanics of energy as it leads to quantum mechanics. What we want to look at is the first law of thermodynamics as understood by Newtonian mechanics. The first law of thermodynamics states that energy is conserved, which means it cannot be created nor can energy be destroyed. This is a hard, fixed law of Newtonian physics. There are two general categories for energy. The first is potential energy. It can exist in the form of chemical energy, nuclear energy, gravitational energy, and the second is kinetic energy, and it is made manifest as radiant energy, thermal energy, motion energy, sound, and electrical energy. Mechanical energy is the sum total of potential energy plus kinetic energy as it exists of itself or as it exists in mass energy. We are just looking at the mechanics of energy and getting some terms brought to mind to set the foundation for what we are going to discover. The Big Bang of the universe had its beginning 13.8 billion years ago in the immediate release of dense energy, now described by the scientific community as the Big Bang. Astrophysicists teach us that our universe began by a monumental explosion of energy set in motion in the first trillionth second of the Big Bang. That energy was first called anti-gravity, but the astrophysicists have now generally come to call it dense energy. Quantum physicists and particle physicists are now able to teach us with much certainty and detail the unfolding mechanics set in motion by this dense energy, leading to the creation of matter, starting with hydrogen and helium, and then to the exact mechanical process creating all the other elements that we find in the periodic table. All of the elements in the periodic table were formed in their proper order by energy unfolding from dense energy set in motion 10.8 billion years ago by the Big Bang. And this is an exciting journey of discovery and a wondrous journey. Seeing the beauty, the harmony, the elegance of the unfolding of our universe in detailed understood process of 13.8 billion years, this is truly a tribute to the physicists of the world today. Because of the first law of thermodynamics, Newtonian physicists are very mindful to remind us always that after the Big Bang, new energy cannot be created nor can it be destroyed. In the classical Newtonian framework, all of the energy that now exists in the material universe finds its roots in the Big Bang. This energy exists today in the form of potential energy or kinetic energy, summed up to be mechanical energy. Much of this energy is housed in the physical matter of the universe as formulated by Albert Einstein in his famous equation E = mc squared. It is at this level that energy is conserved from the mass energy of the Big Bang. From this equation, we can see that energy equals mass dictated to its proportion by the constant c squared, which is the speed of light squared. Energy equals mass. At this level of our discussion, we are focused on the energy created at the Big Bang. All of the physical matter we see in the universe is mass energy created from the dense energy of the Big Bang. And this is an exciting insight. E equals mc squared. Mass and energy are equivalent, proportioned by a constant c squared, a constant given to us by nature in the speed of light. We don't often think of the material world as having energy, but that is exactly, in essence, what it really is. The particle physicists name it mass energy. So to say it again, mass and energy are essentially equivalent, proportioned by the constant c squared. There's another formula that comes into play here, discovered by Albert Einstein, and it is Einstein's field equation for general relativity. The history of this equation is amazing and central to our discussion of energy. The equation equates space-time curvature to matter. But his equation created a problem for Einstein. The problem was that his equation did not agree with the common understanding of the universe at around the year 1917. The common understanding was that the existing universe was static, unchanging, infinite, and had no end. The Einstein equation predicts a changing universe, one that contracts or expands, is dynamic, and does not stay the same. Einstein did not like this conclusion. He believed, along with the other physicists, that the universe always existed and was unchanging. So he changed his equation, inserting a correction, a cosmological constant that he called lambda, on the space-time on the left side of his equation. This allowed his equation to state that the universe was static. Then, in succeeding years, some remarkable events began to take place, creating new insights. There was some success in astronomy at the time, suggesting that the universe was actually expanding. And then there was a Jesuit priest, George Lemaitre, a mathematician, realizing, I am sure, because of his faith in the Creator God, that something was wrong with the current understanding of the cosmos. And it just delights me that the one who discovered this was a Jesuit priest, Father Lemaitre. He knew that the universe could not always exist, that there had to be a beginning point. Taking some preliminary astronomical information being published at the time, suggesting that the universe was expanding, Father Lemaitre calculated backwards, showing that there was a beginning point, 10.8 billion years ago. The expansion of the universe was later confirmed by Edwin Hubble in 1924 in his meticulous study of the movement of stars and galaxies at the Mount Wilson Observatory in Los Angeles. This gave credence to an expanding universe and to Father Lemaitre's mathematical conclusion that the universe had a beginning point 10.8 billion years ago. Another man, Willem de Sitter, a Dutch astronomer, in his own reflections, allowed the cosmological constant to remain in Einstein's equation, but he thought a changing universe made more sense. I have a story to tell here. Understanding what de Sitter was saying became a turning point for me in my reflections on Einstein's equation for general relativity. I was missing his insight when Professor Schumacher was presenting the point of view of Willem de Sitter. That same night, when I had gone to sleep, the words de Sitter kept repeating themselves in my mind. I didn't pay much attention to it, thinking I was just again getting caught up in my studies. And I finally went to sleep. The next night, when I went off to sleep, the same phenomena happened again. The words de Sitter kept repeating themselves over and over in my mind. It was aggravating to me. It was kind of weird, not a dream, but just words. Finally, I went to sleep. On the third night, the same thing happened, but this time I knew some spiritual friend was trying to help me in my studies. I almost got up then to go and find the section of Dr. Schumacher's lecture and listen to it, but opted to wait for morning. And my spiritual friend must have agreed, because I went right to sleep. The next morning, in the review, it took me 2 times through, but it did finally register on me the significance of what de Sitter was saying. He was okay with Einstein's cosmological constant in his equation, but with little or no mass or mass energy on the right side of the equation. That would allow for a changing universe. The point is that this understanding would suggest that all the matter in the universe did not always exist, as was the common understanding of the day. Without no or very little matter on the right side of the equation, on the right side of Einstein's equation, this allowed for a more static universe that always existed, which was the common understanding of the universe at that time, but with little or no matter in it. And this is important to my understanding of creation, to my understanding of reality. Matter still had to be created. Then in the 1930s, with Edwin Hubble proving that the universe was indeed expanding, Einstein took his cosmological constant out of his field equation for general relativity, considering it to be a big mistake. This allowed for an expanding universe. Then he collaborated with de Sitter for a short time on these related science questions. I would love to have been there with them as they discussed these issues. In the world of astrophysics today, what de Sitter was proposing is now called a de Sitter universe. Siri can give more information on de Sitter and his understanding of the universe, but essentially it is a universe that has a physical beginning. Then there was a new development in astrophysics. Over a period of years, beginning in about 1960s, the astrophysicists and quantum physicists discovered that for the universe to get kick-started into being, there had to be an infinite explosion of energy at the very first instant of the beginning of creation to make it happen. They called this burst of energy the Big Bang, and the name stuck. The cosmological constant is put back into Einstein's equation of general relativity. But this time on the right side of the equation, the density of matter side, there is now understood to be an instant of creation. The Big Bang event is now accepted and taught by the scientific community. Here is what we know about the Big Bang. It happened 10.7 billion years ago. It happened in an instant. In the first 10 to the minus 30th of a second, it was dominated by anti-gravity, now most often called dense energy. The Big Bang set in motion cosmic expansion in a trillionth of a second, in a trillionth of a second. In that instance began the expansion, and in that microsecond and all that followed shaped everything that we see and experience in the universe today. All the energy in the material universe was created that single instant by the Big Bang. No energy of the Big Bang event has been lost ever since, and no energy has been destroyed in relationship to what was created in the Big Bang event. This brings us to the point where we begin to discuss some conclusions about science that we already know. At this point in history, physicists do not, let me say this again, at this point in history, physicists do not know what energy is or where energy comes from. Again, at this point in history, physicists do not know what energy is or where energy comes from. Also, at this point in history, quantum physicists are lifting up exciting and promising theories called string theory, another called M theory, and then another called loop quantum theory, all of which are very exciting and considered in their own right to be very promising. All these theories can be studied in detail by simply asking Siri. All these theories find their root in what the physicists have named vacuum energy. For example, in string theory, physicists want to say that a quantum particle looking like a string flows out of vacuum energy. But then it has become very popular to say, voicing the mindset of many particle physicists and quantum physicists, that matter is being created out of nothing. A summary statement that is often used to clarify this statement is the quip, "This is the ultimate free lunch." Well, this became a huge problem for me. To say that matter was created out of nothing set off alarms within me. I knew they were on the wrong path for two reasons. The first one is I know God, the Creator God. And the second one is my dad taught me something very early in life. When I was 13 years old, he was out working in the yard and he wanted me to help him. And I balked, not wanting to help. And he said, "Listen, son, if you want to eat, you've got to work. There is no such thing as a free lunch." Remembering these truths, I began in earnest to study the physics of energy at the quantum level. This study set me off on a journey of discovery to see if I could understand the error and also solve the puzzle of what is then energy, and where does it come from, and what would flow from these insights. And my conclusions and understandings are what I would like to share with you in the rest of this video. This odyssey must begin with a story. A story that opened many doors for me and led me to what I believe to be a definitive understanding of what energy is, and then some postulates and conjectures in relationship to gravity and time dilation. This story sets the foundation for the insights that I want to share with you now. The story I'm going to share with you, this event happened 55 years ago. This is a story about energy. I was a young man trying to find myself chasing after the wind. I went out one Friday night with a good friend and we had a good time. And we had a lot to drink. And during the evening we made plans to go golfing early Saturday morning. Needless to say, early Saturday morning, I was a bit hungover, very tired, not really wanting to go out, but had made my commitment, so off I went. I was about 23 years old. Things were not going good for me on the golf course. We played slow, We let a few teams play through us. Then we got to the seventh hole, a long par 3. There was a group of guys there, and a foursome came upon us and didn't want to play through. They wanted me to tee off. And now I'm under pressure. There was an audience there of about 12 men. Here in my story is where I want to introduce the concept of physics. I didn't want to make a fool out of myself. As I approached the tee, I determined to hit that ball with all the strength and energy I had. But then my mind kicked in and said to me, that's not good enough. You got to hit it, and you got to hit it in the right direction. So I squared up to the tee, focused my mind, mustered up my energy, and hit that ball with all that I had. And this next point is important. I set my club to the ground to lean on it. My work was done. The potential energy in my body was kinetically transferred to the ball. The ball flew off in the right direction, transferring potential energy, warming up the air as it went because of friction, hit the ground, transferred energy to the ground, losing energy as it rolled. And here's the best part. It dispelled all of its energy as it hit hole number 7 flagpole, coming to rest in the cup. A hole in one. I expended a whole lot more potential energy trying to control myself and remain cool. But I had just made a hole in one. My partner became very excited, shouting out to everyone that what had just happened, even tried to get us a free game at the clubhouse, but nothing happened. And that's the end of the story until today. This story is very instructional for this topic on energy. I recognize that the mechanical energy expended was in my body. I realized that the energy in my body found its roots in the Big Bang. I realized that my body cannot create or destroy energy in the Newtonian mechanical context. But I was there too. If I would have died of a heart attack by what had just happened, the mechanical energy dissipating from my body in its decay would not match the creativity and power made manifest when I was alive. And this is discernible by everyone. And there is something that needs to be recognized here. And what needs to be recognized finds its roots in classical Christian philosophy as set in motion by St. Thomas Aquinas, dating back to the 13th century. I'm not going to do philosophy here. We're doing physics. I've already announced that I have a soul. It's part of who I am. It is a given in this presentation. I don't need to defend it. Yes, the physical sciences had Sir Isaac Newton to guide them into a new world of science, but the Christian world had a brilliant guide too, who guided us to a new world of spiritual insight. What we want to discuss here is the physics involved with the soul. It's discernible. Actually, the mechanics involved with the soul activity is measurable. As you hear my presentation, you will understand that the scientific community should be very comfortable with my analysis. I'm going to present one major philosophical truth out of classical philosophy to the realm of physics. It will be very helpful to us in our understanding the source of energy. Most often, Christian philosophy, as given to us by St. Thomas Aquinas, dealt with subjects relating to the spiritual or moral questions. What I am doing is different. I'm going to present this Christian philosophical point as it relates to our subject matter here in physics. The point is, there are three faculties of the soul: the memory, the will, and the intellect. In Christian circles, these three faculties of the soul are a given. They have been discerned. We do not debate their existence. For us, they have equal status as the first law of thermodynamics has with the scientific community in relationship to Newtonian mechanics. And I have discerned their truths in my own life too. But now for the physics of it all. In classical Christian philosophy, the will is understood as a force. The intellect too is presented as a force that is meant to guide and direct the will. The two work together. Work is being done here. Most often the proofs of this are discussed in spiritual and moral terms, but we're doing physics here. And the proof I am going to present to you is found in my golf story. In my story, I grant you that all of the mechanical energy that my body expended in my golf journey found its source in the Big Bang. Dense energy to nuclear energy to creating the universe to chemical energy, leading to my food energy, leading to my body energy, leading to the potential energy expended in my golf swing, becoming kinetic energy, transferred to the golf club, and then to the golf ball, and then to the number 7 golf pole flag hole, announcing a hole in one. But there was more involved in that event that is never talked about, but is discernible. If I had died with a heart attack at the site of my hole in one, the chemical energy released in my body, my dying, decaying body, would certainly not be enough to fuel the amount of energy that I expended in that hole in one. I had something to do with it. And the I that I am talking about is that part of me left over when my body is planted in the ground. I'm talking about the soul. In this golf event, my will made the determination that I needed to hit that ball and hit it hard. My intellect said, focus, muster up your energy and hit the ball in the right direction, and I did. Where there is a will, there is a way. Use your intuition to think about this statement. Where there is a will, there is a way. Think of all the examples that you yourself know that demonstrate the power of the will. Think of all the tasks that you can think of that you didn't want to do, that you did not have the will to do, and intellectually may have rebelled against. How hard it is to do something if your heart is not in it. It was my will, in conjunction with my intellect, that provided the extra energy I needed to tap into the potential energy stored in my body, organizing it and releasing it to do a powerful job. Where there is a will, there's a way. The force of my will, in conjunction with my intellect, provided the power necessary to get the job done. There was energy there that was not there before. My soul created that energy. I metaphorically describe that amount of energy created by me to be the size of a teardrop. It was just a teardrop of energy, but it was enough to get the job done. The energy that got the job done, that teardrop of energy, was the product of my soul. My soul created an amount of energy. And that teardrop of energy tapped into the mechanical energy found in my body, rooted in the physical world, finding its roots in the Big Bang, making that golf swing happen. My soul created new energy. and it is discernible. It's verifiable in every human being on the face of the earth. At this point, I want to interject something that in this discussion I won't refer to again. In Christian circles, there is the phenomenon called empowerment of the Holy Spirit. If you have ever had the experience, have experienced this phenomenon, empowerment by the Holy Spirit, you will never doubt that Spirit creates energy and gives energy to people. And this insight set me off on my journey. So let's go on the journey. Let's start with the concept of vacuum energy. We start with the obvious. If energy is flowing out of the vacuum, and a vacuum is void of everything, as physicists define a vacuum, then there is something wrong with the term vacuum energy. And physicists know this. They answer this dilemma in two ways. The first is to set vacuum energy to zero. That would mean that dense energy is created in a different way. The second way is to say that energy does indeed flow out of the vacuum and is some constant form of nature. It's just there. Here comes the notion of the free lunch, something created out of nothing. And this reflection is not logical. Something cannot be created out of nothing. If energy is flowing out of the vacuum, then the logical conclusion is that some reality exists in the vacuum. It would be an error to say that matter was created out of nothing, the ultimate free lunch. If our science is to be logical and systematic in its presentation of physical truths as they are known today, then nothing does not create something. I will show later that the multiverse is not the answer. So let us take a good look at what we know for sure about energy at the state of the art as we know it today. We know that mass energy and all matter are created out of the dense energy made manifest at the Big Bang. The one major theory astrophysicists teach us is that dense energy flowed out of a cosmic vacuum. They called it Einstein's cosmological constant, now put on the right side of the equation for general relativity, the mass energy side. And this is a major point. At this point, all of physics does not know what energy is or where it comes from. As has been stated, no one with good logic or in search of the truth can say that nothing creates energy. That is not logical. So where does energy come from? So let's answer the question. Modern science is at a crossroads in its journey for the truth. And its development has made it ready to change the paradigm with which it works. This paradigm change can flow out of the phenomena being faced in quantum physics as it relates to particle physics. This paradigm shift finds its roots in an experiment called the double slit experiment, done in relationship to photons, the quantum particle of light. For more information on this experiment, you can ask Siri, what is the double slit experiment? Siri is amazing. Siri will give you sources to all the information you want on this subject. The double slit experiment asks the question, is light a particle or is it a wave? The particle physicists have discovered that it depends on what you are looking for. If you look for a particle, you will find it to be a particle. If you look for a wave, you will find it to be a wave. This observation is proving itself to be true when applied to other quantum particles too. This type of study is a major effort in the study of quantum mechanics. And I want to use this insight as a way to introduce my discussion on energy. Since the beginning of the 1900s, physicists have treated physics as a study of the mechanics of the physical matter. The spiritual world was not allowed to be a part of their scientific paradigm. With Newtonian mechanics, this paradigm has served them well. But with quantum mechanics, it has led them to some dilemmas, which has created the situation of what they themselves call some very weird science. It has also affected the way science views reality. For an example, when a scientist looks at a human being, they often look at and deal with the human body. They look at humans as a physical object, as a particle. I'm a Catholic priest. I have spent the last 50 years learning how to die to the body in favor of the soul. This is called the Paschal Mystery. When I look at a human being, I see the person, the soul, that which still lives on when the body is put into the ground. I see the work of the soul. I am trained to understand the work of the soul. I am trained to see and understand the movement of the soul in relationship to the body. I see the wave. So the question has become, when someone looks at a human being, what does one see, a body or a souled person? The answer is that it depends on what you're looking for. A particle or a wave, a body or a souled person. I see a souled person. Sometimes this difference puts us at odds with one another. The discipline of quantum mechanics is forcing quantum physicists to think in a different way. Science knows the particle. I believe that the time has come and quantum physics is forcing the issue to come to terms with the wave. Then translate it to the spiritual side of physics. I would like to introduce for science a way forward, a way to deal with the wave. So again, we must do a little bit of philosophy and come to terms with the all-powerful God, and not to consider God as an obstacle to doing good science. The first philosophical points of Thomas philosophy we must recognize is in relation to God is this. I'm going to read that again. The first philosophical points of St. Thomas of philosophy we must recognize in relation to God is this, that God is omnipotent, all-powerful, God is omniscient, all-knowing, and God is omnipresent, present everywhere. If we are going to make progress with the issue of whether reality can in fact be a particle or a wave, the scientific community is going to have to be open-minded to the fact that Thomas Aquinas has equal status and recognition to the wave community as Albert Einstein has with the particle community. This understanding of the Almighty God is presented as a given, not a theory. What we will discuss here, these truths, we will want to validate through science. So let's get to the heart of our subject matter. The question at hand is, what is energy? We begin by remembering the philosophical underpinnings of the human soul. We remember the faculties of the soul, memory, the will, and intellect. The will and intellect are a force that work together. Going to my story then, reflecting on my life, I have discerned that I have a powerful energy when my body is in harmony with my soul. My soul empowers my body. It is a force. And where there's a will, there's a way. And this is discernible. And everyone can discern it if they look for it. We all know what can be done when someone has the will to do it. I now think of the Ukrainian people, for example, who are fighting for their freedom. And there are thousands of other examples that each of us have observed of energy created by a person who has their heart into the task. Where there is a will, there is a way. So let's now transfer this insight to an understanding of the Creator God and the Big Bang. My first postulate is that energy is a product of a spirit doing work. Now we are going to talk about God doing work. The equation for work is work equals force times distance, and is measured in joules and translates to ergs. And the distance is the Big Bang event. Joules give us the units of measurement for energy. Now we remind ourselves of Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared, which tells us how much energy is needed to create mass and mass energy. Mass is something referred to as energy at rest. 1 erg is equivalent to a mass of about 2 times 10 to the minus 21 grams. Particle physicists can calculate how much energy it takes to create an erg of mass energy. We are going to say that it was God who exerted the force of his will, setting in motion the energy necessary to create the universe. But I want to make this event not just mechanics, but a story of a person, God, the person God creating. I want to tell a story. Years ago, I had the opportunity to watch some parents and grandparents gifting their children and grandchildren at Christmas time. I was delighted to see the energy and the joy they showed in seeing their children come alive when they received the gifts. It was absolutely powerful and wonderful to see this transformation take place in the minds, hearts, and bodies of these adults, especially the grandparents, in the gift giving to their children. I haven't done any extensive theology so far in this presentation, but I want to share with you a spiritual insight that came to me when witnessing this gift-giving event. What I'm going to share with you is the reason for the Big Bang event. The reason for creation. This is cosmology. It's an important insight. It's an important insight. It really is at the heart of cosmology. To do this, I will need to share with you a scripture passage and then explain it. This is a side trip, but it will be fun and quick. It's just a short side trip, and it will be painless. This passage is taken from John's Gospel, chapter 17, verse 24. It's when Jesus prayed. And he prayed, "Father, all those you gave me, I would have in my company where I am, to see this glory of mine, which is your gift to me, because of the love you bore me before the world began." In this one sentence, we see the reason for creation. It's a gift to his Son. Let me read the passage again. "Father, all those you gave me, I would have in my company where I am to see this glory of mine, which is your gift to me, because of the love you bore me before the world began. Creation is a gift to his Son, so that his Son would be known, and we are a gift to the Son by the Father, so that his Son could be seen and known. You and I are the flower of creation. All creation was set in motion so the Son of God could be born and be seen. And so in John's Gospel, chapter 1, verse 14, the Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us, and we have seen his glory, the glory of an only Son coming from the Father, filled with enduring love. And I really want to emphasize that last part. The glory of an only Son coming from the Father, filled with enduring love. That's Jesus. Thinking about this story, I image God filled with excitement, enthusiasm, and with joy, and with power, and with the eternal Word, his Son looking on. He said, "Let there be bang, a universe." And astrophysicists say this Big Bang was first manifested as light. By the force of his will, dense energy exploded, creating the movement of time, beginning with the period called cosmic expansion period that lasted a very short time, 10 to the minus 34th of a second. That is 100th of a billionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of second in age. In this period of time, the universe doubled in size over 90 times, starting from subatomic size to golf ball size. In this brief period of time, the universe was dominated by cosmic anti-gravity. Today, cosmic anti-gravity is most often called dense energy. At this point in our discussion, we want to make the distinction between the explosive dense energy event from that of what is commonly called today dark energy, which is everywhere in the universe today. So we want to make a distinction between dense energy and what is called dark energy. Among particle physicists, there's a discipline that studies the process of nucleosynthesis, which studies the formation of particles beginning with those first seconds after the Big Bang all the way up to now. It's an amazing accomplishment by the particle physicists. Siri can give detailed explanation of their work. This brief era set in motion what shapes everything we see in the universe today. All the energy in the physical universe, all the stuff in the physical universe finds its roots in this Big Bang event. Cosmic inflation theory is the dominant theory today. This theory encompasses the unfolding of the periodic table, starting with subatomic particles, then atoms, then hydrogen and helium, and then everything else. Particle physicists have the process all mapped out. Astrophysicists understand the making of stars and galaxies and everything else seen in the universe. It is absolutely incredible what science has discovered. Essentially, the unfolding of creation is understood all the way back to the billionth, trillionth second of the Big Bang. Amazing. Our story here is about this dark energy as a product of God's will set in motion at the time of the Big Bang. At this point, we must make another postulate. Quantum physics does not allow for the concept of God entering into the realm of physics. Science needs a new category in which to fit the work of God. If it is accepted that energy is the product of the spirit, and that dense energy is the product of a powerful spirit, reminding ourselves that God is omnipotent, all-powerful, omniscient, and all-knowing, and remembering that the Big Bang was an infinitely powerful and obviously planned out event, which was an event in the astrophysical world that took place in space and time, then God must be dealt with in a scientific way. We have Newtonian mechanics, we have quantum mechanics, we need another form of mechanics that encompasses the divine. We need a new category with which to work in. We need a discipline that reflects on the work of God in the universe, that measures it and attempts to understand it. I postulate that we need to begin to study the mechanics of the divine, or divine mechanics. It has only been in the last 150 years that God was eliminated from scientific studies. As you will see, understanding divine mechanics will complement quantum mechanics and will resolve many of the dilemmas now facing quantum physics and opening the door to new, far-reaching, futuristic insights. I postulate the need for a field of study called divine mechanics. If this insight is accepted by the scientific world, they will see that they have accomplished an amazing milestone. They have bumped up against God in a concrete kind of way. If they look, they will see the hand of God at work. If they open their heart to the marvelous truth of this insight, humanity will have crossed over to the dawn of new discovery. Some of that discovery will be right here, right now. But we will have to begin with some foundational insights. We've already postulated that divine energy, as calculated by the cosmological constant and described as anti-gravity, exploded on the scene in a fraction of a second by the all-powerful will of God. But that dense energy dissipated quickly, allowing for cosmic expansion to cool down and slow down, allowing for the gradual formation of particles, then atoms, then molecules, and then the periodic table. Our understanding of the will is that it is instructed by the intellect. Without God in the picture, there is a tendency to think that it all happened by accident, or that nature guided itself, or that evolution guides itself. But if we allow for an all-powerful God, then we must accept that God was guided by his intellect, allowing then for an all-knowing God. That God knew what he was doing, which would solve the question of why dense energy dissipated so quickly, allowing for the universe to form itself. This is a question being asked by the scientific community. What causes the dense energy to dissipate? What was the mechanism that caused the dense energy to dissipate so quickly? This would solve that question. Remember, this is not God in the gaps issue. This is the first understanding of the mechanics of God. We also need to remind ourselves that gravity is at work here too. This is the subject we will reflect on in depth very soon. If we accept that his will created energy, then we can expect that he can control the energy or the work of his will. The current understanding of astrophysicists is the dense energy of the Big Bang played out the force measured by Einstein's cosmological constant. This unfolded in a very short time, 10 to the minus 30th of a second, creating a situation of rapid inflation. Then immediately, mysteriously, decayed into other kinds of energy. These new forms of energy are the force behind nucleosynthesis, becoming the source of all the energy and matter we see in the universe today. From this energy, matter begins its existence as a wave, then evolves to particles, maybe back and forth a while, then finally settling down to form subatomic particles. We want to say that it was the will of God that entered in to make this happen. And then at this point, divine mechanics passes the baton to the physicist's understanding of quantum mechanics and of the unfolding of what happens next. Starting with the standard model of particle physics, then leading to the periodic table, then most interesting of all, to us. It's an amazing story, but we are far from being done. As we begin this new segment of our study of energy, I want to acknowledge a new source that has helped me focus my attention on another form of energy called dark energy, as opposed to dense energy, focusing in on dark energy. And this, of course, helped me to make a more robust connection to gravity as a focal point in my study. From the great courses for people interested in this discussion on energy, I would like to suggest this course titled Dark Matter, Dark Energy, The Dark Side of the Universe, given by Dr. Sean Carroll from the California Institute of Technology. This course helped give me a way forward using physics in my reflection. We've already discussed that for a vacuum to be a vacuum, logically, there should not be anything in it. So at this point, I would like to postulate that the vacuum energy as a pre-existing condition of vacuum is zero. To say that again. So at this point, I would like to postulate that the vacuum energy as a pre-existing condition of a vacuum is zero. But dense energy did exist, and it must come from somewhere. So the next part of this postulate is that it came out of the vacuum. Let me explain. We've already postulated that God, by the force of his will, creates energy. It is a product of his will. We've already stated that God, besides being all-powerful, all-knowing, is all-present. This truth is going to become very evident as we continue our discussion. Because he is all-present, and because he is a pure spirit, we can believe that he is present to the vacuum. And amazing as it might sound, there is quantum physics to support this conjecture, called quantum fluctuations in empty space. Quantum physicists have consistently found particles coming into existence and going out of existence in empty space. They want to say that empty space is a very busy place with these fluctuations. So I want to complete the postulate by stating that quantum fluctuations are the consequence of God existing in the vacuum, and quite frankly, everywhere. Remember, we are doing divine mechanics here. Just by his very existence, he is exuding energy, just like we do, just by existing. I know people like that. They just exude energy. When they are around, things happen. And as a consequence of the living God just living, his energy as a byproduct creates quantum fluctuations in the vacuum. What we are discovering here is the elements of divine mechanics. We will revisit this insight in a different way when we discuss the possibility of supersymmetry and of axions as being dark matter. This brings us back to our main point. What is the source of dense energy? In the 1960s, physicists determined for the Big Bang to take place, there had to be an incredible influx of energy. Some incredible influx of energy they determined was necessary to kickstart the Big Bang. It had to happen in an instant. They put the cosmological constant back into Einstein's equation for general relativity. We are saying that God did it simply by the force of his will. All I want to remind you is that he is a person, and with enthusiasm and joy he did it. And the beginning of the universe began. This part of our presentation on energy is completed. In our model of cosmology, dense energy is not dark energy. We will now begin our discussion of dark energy. We want to discuss the reality of dark energy. Where does dark energy come from? Let's start with what astrophysicists know about dark energy. Dark energy is everywhere. It is smoothly distributed throughout space. Dark energy is persistent. It does not change as the universe expands. We are taught that it constitutes 70% of the critical density of energy needed for a flat, expanding universe. It is precisely the right amount of energy to combine with dark matter and ordinary matter to provide a universe fine-tuned that works as a flat universe. And this is what we live in, is a flat universe. Dark energy is what causes the universe to expand at an accelerating rate without diluting itself. It is smoothly distributed throughout space as space expands, and is persistent in remaining that way. The astrophysicists want to say that dark energy is a cosmological constant of energy that flows out of a vacuum. We want to make a distinction here. Given our understanding of energy and the sources of energy, we want to say that dark energy cannot be vacuum energy in the sense that it is a property of the vacuum. It cannot be considered as a constant of nature that just simply flows out of the vacuum. There is no such thing as a free lunch, if we're going to be logical. We want to say that dark energy is the product of the will of God working, doing something. We are doing divine mechanics here. This is what we will discuss next. The divine mechanics involved with dark energy. We are taught that dark energy is smoothly distributed throughout space, and that dark energy is persistent. It does not change as the universe expands. Actually, then, dark energy that exists 5 billion light years away from us here on Earth is the very same amount of dark energy that surrounds you in your room right now and me in my room. Its observed value, as calculated by physicists, thinking that vacuum energy is a constant of nature, is set at 10 to the minus 8 ergs per centimeter cubed in space. That's how it exists everywhere. A very small number compared to what physicists expected it to be, creating what is called, in science, in physics, the cosmological constant problem. To astrophysicists who see dark energy as a vacuum energy and as a constant of nature, thereby named the cosmological constant, its observed value is a huge problem because it is way too small to what nature demands. Physicists expected the value to be 10 to the 120 ergs per centimeter cubed. But they also realize that if it were at that magnitude, they believe it should be, the universe would not have formed itself, and we would not exist. If dark energy were a positive 10 to the 120 ergs, the universe would have expanded so fast that nothing would have had time to form. And if dark energy were a negative 10 to the 120 ergs, the universe would have imploded on itself so quickly that nothing would have formed, making for a monumental problem in making sense out of our universe. Therefore, the cosmological constant problem. The astrophysicists know what the cosmological constant should naturally be, and also what it actually is. So what's going on here? Because particle and quantum physicists see vacuum energy as a constant phenomenon of nature, there is no answer for them. But it is not a problem for us in our reflection on the source of energy. This is not a problem in divine mechanics. The dynamical mechanism that particle physicists and quantum mechanics needs to solve this problem, we have in divine mechanics. In this regard, we say that God is in charge. The mechanism that governs the output of dark energy is God. He knows what he's doing. We say that he is omnipresent. He is everywhere. And as an omnipotent, all-powerful God, we can say that he is persistent. We who have experienced him know he does not give up. We also say he's all-knowing. He knows what he is doing. So, recognizing that he is everywhere, what is he doing? We are doing divine mechanics now. We've already postulated that energy at the scale we are discussing here is a product of the will of God working. But the energy expended by God must be at a level that does not destroy what he is trying to accomplish. There are limits within he must work. The intensity of his work must be somewhere between the positive or negative 10 to the 120 ergs per centimeter cubed that is calculated and expected by astrophysicists. At this level, the work that God is doing has the effect of doing whatever the astrophysicists say dark energy is doing. As part of divine mechanics, the main consequence of dark energy in the first instance is the expansion of the universe. Astrophysicists have calculated that there is an acceptable window of energy that allows the universe and us to exist. The actual observed level is a 10 to the minus 8 ergs of dark energy per cubic centimeter of space, right toward the middle of the expected window parameter. That's a nice number, because we are here to say it's a nice number. In other words, because it works, we are here to tell about it. This 10 to the minus 8 ergs of energy acts like anti-gravity. The mathematics here can get very confusing. So I will give a word definition that I got from Siri to explain why the mathematics says the reverse of what it means. The quote states that the gravitational force is always positive, but since it is an attractive force between the two objects, it can be denoted by a negative sign. The opposite of this, then, is negative gravity. in the anti-gravity between two objects that pushes them away from one another. The mechanics here, as understood by astrophysicists, is that gravity is a positive force calling all matter back to a central singularity, and dark energy is a negative force pulling back on gravity to slow it down. But then finally overcoming gravity, causing the universe to expand. So to say this again in a different way, dark energy gives us the needed energy to combine with dark matter and ordinary matter, also called mass energy, to give us the critical energy density for having a flat universe. Energy is being created as a function of God's will doing work in real time. Energy is not a constant of nature. It is a product of God doing work in real time. The expected energy creating the cosmological constant is a product of God working on a daily basis. With our understanding of reality, there is no cosmological constant problem. God is creating dark energy on a daily basis, as is witnessed in the expansion of the universe. This insight confirms what physicists already know. New energy is being created all the time. Physicists know this, as witnessed by the expansion of the universe. This insight, as physicists state, does not interfere with the law of the conservation of energy. Conservation of energy applies to energy created at the time of the Big Bang, which is an insight that flows out of the understanding given to us by classical Newtonian mechanics. After the energy created at the Big Bang, no more energy was created from the Big Bang event, and none of it has been destroyed. This new dark energy is the product of God doing work following the Big Bang event, all the way up to now. The expansion of the universe, as related to dark energy, really is the product of God having to do work always. He's a constantly expending energy, doing work in an even, measured kind of way. And as a consequence, the universe expands. Also, once this energy is created, it cannot be destroyed. So now we want to continue our discussion in divine mechanics. So let's sum up here. We remind ourselves that there was a period of rapid expansion that took place immediately after the Big Bang. The material world began to form, guided by an all-knowing God, creating a new force that we will discuss soon called gravity. As the universe expanded, the newly created material began to be more spread out and began to cool down. The attractive force of gravity, wanting to draw all things together, began to slow down the momentum of the rapid expansion period. This attractive force had authority over the new dark energy that was being created by God in a knowing, even, measured kind of way, by a God constantly expending energy doing work on a daily basis. Astrophysicists calculate that the amount of dark energy began to overpower the influence of gravity at around 9.8 billion years into the universe's history. That dark energy took authority over gravity, causing the universe to begin to accelerate. We remind ourselves that once energy is created, it cannot be destroyed. We remind ourselves that there is 5% of ordinary matter in the universe, 20% dark matter in the universe, something we'll discuss later, but Siri can give more details on it. this fixed amount of matter called rest mass or mass energy, the amount of it created in the Big Bang, will never change. But dark energy has been created daily by a working God. Today it constitutes 75% of everything in the universe. Once created, it is never destroyed. Therefore, when dark energy overpowered gravity at 9.8 billion years into the history of the universe, our universe began to accelerate. And with more dark energy being created in an ongoing way, astrophysicists say that the universe is going to expand at an increasing rate. This would be a phenomenon understood by divine mechanics as it touches astrophysics. Siri can give more details on our expanding universe. Here's an example of some of the work that God is doing. Besides dark energy, there is a phenomenon called the Higgs field that is everywhere. Dark energy and the Higgs field are everywhere. Both are everywhere. And the Higgs Boson was just recently discovered and announced to the world on July 4th, 2012. The Higgs boson is a force particle that gives all other particles their mass. It makes possible us and everything we see in the universe that comes to make it come into existence. It has been called the God particle. And I delight in the fact that the particle physicists gave this name to the Higgs boson, the God particle. Again said, it is right here that divine mechanics meets quantum mechanics. Siri will give you all the information you would want on the Higgs boson. I'm going to theorize that some of the dark energy created is the product of God working in creation and in his manipulation of the Higgs field by an all-present, all-powerful, all-knowing God. Energy is being expended by him always. It is an ongoing work by an all-knowing God. The amount of energy expended is measured out by that all-knowing God according to the work that is being done. And this is dark energy. As we said, it is measured out in a methodical and persistent kind of way by an all-knowing, all-present God. The Higgs boson is meant to facilitate the creation of matter particles. Without it, nothing would be created. The Higgs field is everywhere. God is everywhere. Dark energy is everywhere. It is evident. The Higgs field, then, is one manifestation of God working now. And dark energy is the consequence, the product of God doing work. And astrophysicists bumped up against God on July 4th, 2012, with the discovery of the God particle, the Higgs boson. The world news records that the physicists involved, indeed the whole scientific world, was absolutely elated by this accomplishment. And I believe that God smiled that day. He was happy too. And that he said, hello. Divine mechanics met quantum physics. We have to realize that God really wants to be found. Everything is meant to lead us to our all-loving God. He wants us to know him, and science on that day achieved its finest goal. It ran into, in a concrete way, a scientific way, the living God. There's another problem that fits in here that is called the coincidence scandal. We may as well treat it now. As we have stated, when the universe started out, after the Big Bang expansion period, the density of mass energy was greater than the density of dark energy. The density of mass energy was all the energy created in the Big Bang, where dark energy started after the Big Bang. It's just getting started, and it's very small at the beginning. After the rapid expansion period of the Big Bang, the dense energy of the Big Bang settled down to become the material world with all the mass energy in the universe today, which means everything that we see today. Over time, dark energy has been increasing because God is working, while that original density of mass energy, which is all the created matter from the Big Bang, has stayed the same and was spreading out in the expansion of the universe. As a consequence of this phenomena, astrophysicists today state that the energy density of the material universe and the density of dark energy are essentially, at this time, of the same magnitude. And this is good for us. The scandal is, how could it happen that we humans exist at a time when the universe is at this level of equivalence and also so hospitable to our existence? Science does not want to project the implication that this time we live in is special in relationship to the unfolding of the universe. That this timing is an accidental coincidence and not planned happening. Siri can give more details on this wonderment, the coincident scandal. But in our model of understanding cosmology, we are special, and God is all-knowing. He knows what He is doing. We exist now because this is the time in the unfolding of the universe that He planned for us to exist. There is so much symmetry in the unfolding of creation. It stands to reason that an all-knowing God is working here. What we are seeing here is the intelligent manipulation of mass energy from the Big Bang with dark energy being created by a working God to create a perfectly ordered, flat universe that we see today. And at the proper time, we were put in it. There is no coincidence scandal. All is as it should be in God's almighty plan. With all the symmetry made manifest in creation, it is not logical to think otherwise. We will be spending some more time showing other instances of how God manipulates energy to create His universe, using only the science of today. Before we go on to discuss some other work being done by the all-powerful God, I feel the need to discuss another problem the scientific community is facing. At this point, I feel some resistance to bringing God into the equation of our scientific discussion. Primarily now I'm speaking to the concerns of the scientific community. I recognize that many in the scientific community do in fact believe in God. There are many scientists who do believe in God. But it's a discipline to keep God out of the scientific discussions that we have. This is done for a number of reasons. The first is that the scientist is trained to deal with concrete facts. The second is that at times some religions do not respect scientific discoveries. Also, there is a social pressure among some peers to carry oneself in a non-religious way. But science is at a crossroads today. And quantum mechanics is demanding a new paradigm to progress forward. Also, science is in search of a theory of everything. Logic demands a look at the spiritual to see if it's real, if we really are in search of a theory of everything. In our discussion, there is an overlap between divine mechanics and quantum mechanics. We are going to expand on that theme in an enhanced kind of way to see if this insight is viable, using only science. I am asking only that you hear me out. Let's take a look at the resistance to see if we can see it in a different light so as to be able to progress farther. Let's begin with our current situation. In classical Newtonian physics, the scientific community has been very insistent in keeping God out of the equation. They are afraid of God in the gap syndrome, meaning when a critical problem might come up, the temptation would be to just conclude that God did it and then not do the hard work of discovering the mechanics involved in the problem on how God did it. This worked while doing Newtonian mechanics throughout the years. The only sadness I see is that they would not consciously let God himself help them. But with quantum mechanics, science is proving itself to be in a different situation. It is the particle versus the wave phenomenon. In quantum mechanics, it's quantum mechanics overlapping with divine mechanics. If you are feeling some resistance here, I ask you to be open and to hear me out. We are moving into new territory, and we're not done yet discussing other amazing insights, one insight being in regard to gravity. Our transition is to see both the particle and the wave, to see the physical and to see the spiritual. Let's just take a moment now to discuss the resistance to this transition. I'm a priest, so let me do some spiritual discernment here with you. What we are doing here is rather transformative in science and very important. If you are still with me listening to this presentation, it means that you have a driving interest in cosmology. We are all in search of the truth. If you are experiencing resistance here in bringing God into the equation, let's take a look at the resistance. The first point I want to make is that God is not religion, and religion is not God. We are doing science here. I'm not trying to trap you to become a Catholic, I promise you that. All I am asking is that you be open to bring God to the science. If you are moved to develop a relationship with Him, that's up to you. He will work with you as a scientist. The two of you will work out your own language to develop that relationship. That's between the two of you. Our goal here is to discover the divine mechanics of physics. If there is still some resistance in bringing God into the equation, God into science, let's reflect upon the consequence of not bringing him into science. In relationship to the human family, our brothers and sisters everywhere. One thing that is very clear today to me is that scientists and science are the major respected voice influencing humanity. Science projects itself as objective, and rightly so, influenced only by data, the concrete facts. If science projects that there is no God in the equation, that leaves us with only science to make sense out of our daily living. Science then creates and governs how we see reality, our worldview, the cosmology of our universe. Our youth are listening and believing the voice of science. It's objective science, after all. The ultimate conclusion would be then that there is no God. But if there is no God, then there is no soul. And if there is no soul, there is no afterlife. All that is in store for us really is death. For the last 35 years, I have done, without exaggeration, on the average, more than 50 funerals a year. At one point, I believed, because of the number of them, that I might have been burying more young people than any priest in America. For me and for everyone around me, that was heartbreaking, even with the reality of a faith in God. In a documentary, I heard an unbelieving scientist say that at the beginning of his career, he felt life was empty, hopeless. Then he found love, and that put the meaning he needed into his life. Let's say his loved one was one of those I buried. Let's do a thought experiment here. Let's say the physicists are persuasive enough to convince society that there is no God, simply by leaving God out of the equation. It has already been attempted in Russia and China. What would the consequences be of an understanding like that? At my funerals that I do, standing before the grave, what in all honesty could I say? I would say it gently, but the ultimate conclusion would have to be their loved one is as dead as all the dirt that surrounds that grave. That's it, period. Nothing more for them or for anyone forever. My question is, what would life be like on earth with that kind of worldview? Already I see young people living without hope. Actually, I see a lot of people living without hope or purpose. Many of them are looking to drugs that modern science provides to numb their pain. Let's get back to resistance to having a look at God in science. What's the reason for the resistance? What does a no-God science really give us except death? What if there's another worldview that could be incorporated into science that gives life? This would be an exciting journey. I already think it's an exciting journey for me. If you are resisting where we are going here, bringing God into the equation, hang in there with me. You have nothing to lose. I assure you, we are on the right path, but you can decide whether it is true or not. And we're not done yet. Here's another interesting thought. One strategy that scientists use when some model or theory of science does not originally hold together in a complete, systematic kind of way, they keep working at it until it works or falls apart. Then they know for sure that they were on the right or wrong path. One could use this strategy trying to understand and accept or defeat the concept of divine mechanics. For example, by using if-then statements in research, it would look like this. If there is an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-present, and all-loving God, then divine mechanics would look like this as it connects to quantum mechanics. Connect the dots to match up with this new reality. Remember, we are just doing theoretical science here, theoretical physics here. And by the way, there is already some weird theoretical physics out there in the world today. I don't personally think that divine mechanics is weird in any way. Besides, 2/3 of the planet believe in God. See where this kind of research takes you. This kind of work would be non-threatening, and it could be, would be, and could be fun for us. At any rate, just hang in there with me now. Believe me, we've got some exciting science coming up. We are now going to begin our study of gravity. This for me has been an amazing journey. We will be doing it in two parts. First, looking at gravity in relationship to gravitational time dilation. And then later on, we'll revisit gravity looking at time dilation in relationship to speed. To understand gravity, we must understand energy. So we are going to have to review some of the physics of energy again. Gravity and energy are intimately connected. So let's begin our review. We have determined that the explosive energy manifest at the time of the Big Bang was a product of God's willing it to happen. During the cosmic inflation period of the Big Bang, an explosive amount of dense energy was converting into mass energy, then into particles, then into all the physical stuff of the universe as the universe continued to expand. The physical stuff began to cool down and over a period of time slow down. Thereafter, we noted the beginnings of dark energy being made manifest in a majored, consistent, and growing kind of way with the expansion of the universe. We understand this dark energy to be necessary to account for the accelerating expansion of the universe. Physicists understand that the dynamics worked out between gravity and energy have created the flat universe that we live in today. Today we observe all these mechanics and believe they are the true picture of our expanding universe. Now, for divine mechanics. We know that all that is physical finds its roots in the Big Bang. As a product of the will of God, the energy produced became mass energy in its fundamental form, then subatomic particles, then atoms, then everything else. What I'm trying to get at here is that the will of God created energy. That energy had a purpose to become mass energy, and that mass energy now constitutes everything we see in the universe as matter, or the physical stuff also called rest energy. Physicists also know how physical reality can get back to its pure energy form. Black holes. Black holes are places in the universe in which gravity is so strong that any object, like a star, when captured in a black hole, can never escape. And this includes light. Everything in a black hole collapses in on itself to a point which physicists have named the singularity, which is a point of infinite space-time curvature. Siri gave me the definition that singularities are regions of space where the density of matter or the curvature of space-time become infinite. In such locales, the standard concept of space and time cease to have any meaning. Singularities are predicted to occur in all black holes. In the context of the all-powerful, all-present, all-knowing God, we want to ask, what is God doing here? As demonstrated in the Big Bang, God willed creation to take place. Energy is a product of His will. He was working in an orderly way. Primordial nucleosynthesis happened in the first few minutes of the Big Bang, giving way later on when the expansion rate began to cool down and slow down to general nucleosynthesis, in which heavier elements formed as described in the periodic table. We are doing divine mechanics here. It was the will of God that set the Big Bang in motion, dense energy. It is also the will of God that set in motion the energy that was slowing the expansion rate down, dark energy. We have talked about this. God is working. There is a lot of work to be done after the Big Bang to make nucleosynthesis happen properly and to have everything hold together so it works. The consequence of this work we call dark energy. I am postulating here that the dark energy is a consequence of God working continually and consistently in the universe He set in motion. In classical philosophy, as set in motion by Thomas Aquinas, God is all-powerful, all-knowing, all-present, and I like to add, all-loving. All these attributes of God come into play as He maintains His universe. Energy is being expended as He works. Again, we are doing divine mechanics. It was His will that forcefully set the Big Bang in motion. Work is being done, a force. It was His will how it should unfold. We call that nucleosynthesis. It was also His will that the expansion rate should gradually slow down. This is the consequence of dark energy doing its work. The dark energy is the consequence of God consistently working. And what is the work that He is consistently doing? One work that He was doing was slowing things down. Another is holding things together by the force of His will. Gravity. Gravity is an attractive, universal force drawing all things to a center. Larger objects gradually win over smaller objects, and smaller objects over yet smaller objects, all the way down to atoms. This is gravity at work. This is God at work. The force of His will calling everything He set in motion back to Himself. Everything came from God. Everything is being called back to God by His divine will. Gravity is God working. Gravity is the force of energy calling things back to its center. Dark energy, together with mass energy, have the opposite effect, the expansion of the universe. As was explained earlier, gravity is a positive energy force, and dark energy and mass energy are a negative energy force. The -8 ergs of negative energy gradually overtook the positive gravitational force, causing a gradual increase in the expansion of the universe. The consequence of the changing tension between the two forces is the state of the balance we see in the universe today. So let's now move on to our study of gravity. Like most of us, I grew up understanding gravity according to the classical insight of Newtonian physics, that gravity is an attractive force among created objects, with the bigger objects having the stronger pull to them than the smaller objects. We begin with what we already know about gravity. In Newtonian physics, gravity is a long-range force. It is a very weak force, which accelerates an object falling toward Earth at about 10 meters per second squared. The acceleration of that object is the consequence of the gravitational pull of the entire Earth, all 6 billion trillion tons of it. Gravity is an attractive force. Two objects are attracted to each other. A falling apple is attracted to the center of the Earth, but also the Earth is attracted to the apple. Of course, 6 billion trillion tons of Earth wins out. It is a universal force, which means everything, big and small, are attracted to each other. Galaxies to galaxies, planets to planets, atoms to atoms, all are attracted to each other. There's also what is called the tidal effect, getting its name from how the moon affects the ocean tides by its gravitational pull on the ocean. A different kind of Newtonian mechanics takes place with objects like planets and galaxies. They fall into orbital patterns, but it is the consequence of the attractive force of gravity. To say it again, this attractive force also affects the smallest of objects, like atoms. All these dynamics are understood by all forms of physics. But Albert Einstein changed our understanding of gravity. His insight is an amazing discovery, and it changed everything about physics. It is this insight, this change, naming gravity as a curvature of space-time, that sent me off on this journey of discovery. At first, I couldn't understand what was being taught. Dr. Schumacher's course, I went over his lessons a number of times, finally understanding what he was saying about time dilation. What I finally understood blew my mind. I knew it had to be good science, that it was the right take on reality. It was an accepting that time was not an absolute value that sent me off on this odyssey of discovery. Time is not an absolute value, or the same in every frame of reference. Wow, how amazing is that? That insight opened a huge door for me. But then I had a problem understanding why it was called curvature of space-time. He did a good job. After I listened to lessons 14 through 17 a number of times, Dr. Schumacher's explanation finally made sense. The curvature definition of space-time is the consequence of the needed mathematics to describe what was happening to time in the presence of gravity. It is a map projection in the calculations of the consequences of time being influenced by gravity and also speed. This is called time dilation. Mathematically, on a space-time graph, it looks like a curve. Physicists need this mathematical construct to do their work. It is very exacting and complicated work. I admire their successes in this realm of physics. But I believe that it hides something that I'm going to explain in our model of physics using the insight of divine mechanics. There is a thought experiment that physicists use to describe time dilation that I want to use to move us forward into divine mechanics. It's called the twin paradox. Siri can give a complete explanation of it. It goes like this. One of two twins goes on a trip in a rocket ship carrying a perfectly good clock on the trip. The other twin stays at home and has an equally good clock. The twin at home is called in physics the inertial observer. Sometime later, the rocket ship traveler comes home. In relationship to the time dilation effect, the elapsed time on the clock of the twin on the rocket ship will be smaller than that of the inertial observer twin, the twin that stayed at home. The effect of time dilation in this situation will be that of the traveling twin. The non-inertial twin will have aged less than the stay-at-home twin. Saying this differently, using math and copying this math from Siri, this would be a simplified presentation of the math done, but what we present here is the result of their equations. Imagine a spaceship traveling at 95% of the speed of light to a planet 9.5 light years away. A stationary observer on Earth would measure the journey time as distance divided by speed, or 9.5 divided by 0.95, which would equal 10 years. The spaceship crew members, on the other hand, experience time dilation and thus perceive the trip as taking only 3.12 years. The bottom line here is that the people on this spaceship trip aged 3.12 years, while the people on Earth aged 10 years. To make bold our point, when the spaceship came back home, the twin on the spaceship would be 6.24 years older, while the twin on Earth would be 20 years older. That's how time dilation works. This is not science fiction. This is real, verifiable science. Our GPS systems in our cars can work only by taking into account time dilation. The astrophysicists use math to represent this phenomena, and it will demonstrate itself as a curve on a space-time graph. I want to do something different here. I want us to reflect on this story using our whole self, body and soul. Just using our particle self, or said again, just using the logic of the concrete world, what happened on that spaceship would make absolutely no sense. It's a mysterious phenomenon. There's no real logic to explain it. But it is tried and true and tested. There's no denying the phenomena. Time dilation does exist. But there is an answer. Let's enter the realm of divine mechanics. We believe the phenomena, so let's figure out what's going on. The physicists can do the math to explain the phenomenon of time dilation, but the math does not explain what the phenomenon is. Quantum physics wants to understand, but as of now does not understand. It wants to understand using quantum physics, which demands a particle to understand it. But from our perspective, they won't be able to figure out time dilation because we can see there is no particle involved in the phenomena. There are small segments of time, but not particles of time. And this is the beginning of the wave-particle conflict lived out in the extreme. What is needed here is an understanding of divine mechanics. And for me, this is where it all began. This is where the fun began for me. This insight was the beginning of my journey, my odyssey into physics. Thinking with my whole self, leaning into my spiritual understanding of reality, I realized once I understood the issue that time dilation was not a quantum physics phenomenon, but a spiritual phenomenon. Let's go slow here and unpack what we know of the phenomenon gravity to see it for what it really is. This is going to take some time. At this point, we need to use our intuition, transcend our particle self, and tap into the wave function of ourself. So let's delve into what divine mechanics can teach us. Over the years, in my spiritual journey, I have been discussing the mystery of time with God for a long time. My question to God was, how can He know the future when it hasn't happened yet? Time is chronological. It happens in space according to the events that unfold in time. My point to Him in these reflections was, how can you know, for example, what I am going to do in the future when sometimes I don't even know what I'm going to do in the next minute? I have actually changed my mind on something while I'm actually doing it. So now, for the analysis using divine mechanics, there is an absolute truth in Christian philosophy called the free will. God does not interfere with our free will. This question loomed up for me around 20 years ago. In this project, after the question was completely formulated in my mind, the Holy Spirit reminded me of something that I had discerned when I was 38 years old. At age 38, I was a missionary priest in Guatemala. One night, I was sitting in a reflective mood when I remembered something that happened when I was 18 years old. As a senior in high school, I had no vision of my future. My life was focused on high school stuff. In no way, shape, or form had I any desire for priesthood. It just was not on the radar of what I wanted to do or be. At my school desk, I was reading our Catholic newspaper. I began to read about a priest that was being missioned to Guatemala. Something happened inside of me. It wasn't a negative experience, but it was powerful and something repulsive to me. My thought was, why would anyone want to do that? Leave home and go to a foreign country to live? It gave me a sick feeling. The thought registered in me in a remarkable kind of way. I wondered why it hit me like that. Then I just forgot about it, and I buried it, never to think about it again for 20 years. But obviously it was to be remembered. My thought that night in my room in Guatemala was, Lord, you knew that I would be working in Guatemala with that very same priest 20 years in the future. And you wanted me to remember it, and I did. And we had a good laugh at that. And now I remember it again. He also knew that in another 20 years, I would have the same questions about knowing the future. He reminded me again, he can do it. I had another similar experience, but one story is enough. I know he can do it, but how? This brings us back to the phenomenon of time dilation. The insight gained from Einstein's general relativity and the curvature of space-time is that time is not absolute. This is not a quantum physics mechanical problem. There is no particle involved here. This is a divine physics mechanical problem. This is a spiritual phenomenon. Scientists have concrete evidence that time is not absolute. And Christian philosophy speaks to this phenomenon. Classical Christian philosophy of Thomas Aquinas' vintage states that God exists out of space and time. Let me say it again. Classical Christian philosophy of Thomas Aquinas' vintage states that God exists outside of time. In the scriptures, St. Peter, who walked with Jesus, in his second letter, states in chapter 3, verses 8 to 9, saying, "This point must not be overlooked, dear friends. In the Lord's eyes, one day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years are as one day." In this section of his letter, St. Peter is teaching of some very important events to happen in the future. Obviously, he got his information from the Lord himself. But we are not doing theology here. We are doing physics. And what is being taught is that time is not absolute, and that time is somehow rooted in God. We are moving from a particle understanding of reality to a wave understanding of reality. This is something that quantum physics does all the time. But at least now in quantum physics, there is no room for the spiritual. In divine mechanics, we are moving from a physical understanding to reality to include a spiritual understanding of reality. We are shifting out of quantum physics to divine physics, from quantum mechanics to divine mechanics. And I assure you that some of the doors this opens for us as we progress forward are amazing. Honoring the theory of general relativity as it touches divine mechanics, we want to analyze what does it mean to say time dilates. What is the reality of the curvature of space-time? Another way of saying this is, what is gravity doing to time? What is gravity doing to the physical world? Another question here is, what is God doing to gravity? And another valid question is, what is gravity doing to God? In this context, to answer the first two questions, we must answer the question, what exactly is gravity? Let's now lean into answering the question, what is gravity? The understanding of gravity was radically deepened by the insights of Albert Einstein as given by his theory of general relativity. In the theory of general relativity, Einstein demonstrates that gravity is the curvature of space-time. The curvature of space-time, as it is mathematically demonstrated to us, is directly the consequence of time dilation. Here we are trying to understand it intuitively in our reflection on the twin paradox experiment. So let's review what happened on that rocket trip. And so again, the thought experiment goes this way. Imagine a spaceship traveling at 95% the speed of light to a planet 9.5 light years away. A stationary observer on Earth would measure the journey time as distance divided by speed, or 9.5 divided by 0.95, which would equal 10 years. The spaceship crew members, on the other hand, experienced time dilation and thus perceived the trip as taking only 3.12 years. And the bottom line here is that the people on this spaceship trip aged 3.12 years, while the people on Earth aged 10 years. The question is, what happened to time? This is not a quantum particle. Time is not a quantum particle. There are small segments of time. They're not particles of time. So what happened? Gravity is affecting our classical understanding of the reality of time. What's happening here? I believe that we can answer that question using divine mechanics. General relativity demonstrates that the dilation of time happens under the stress of two different kinds of physical conditions as understood by classical Newtonian mechanics. General relativity finds its roots in Newtonian mechanics, not in quantum mechanics. The first stressor is the increased gravitational pull created by increasing the mass density of any object or group of objects. We have discussed this part. So to say it again, in relationship to time dilation, an increase of mass density increases the magnitude of time dilation, which increases the slope of curvature of a line on a graph representing space-time, hence the term space-time curvature. The second stressor, as we've already analyzed in the twin paradox thought experiment, happens as a consequence of speed. The faster something goes, the more time dilates. Hence, the steeper the curve when shown mathematically on a space-time curvature graph. We will analyze the first stressor first, and then later on the second stressor. So let's delve into the divine mechanics taking place here in relationship to the first stressor. Dr. Schumacher makes a very pronounced statement at the end of his lesson 22 in his course on understanding gravity. He states that gravity is the force ultimately responsible for all life, all of creation. He connects the dots to show how it was done. His insights are logical and absolutely amazing, and I highly recommend this course to you. We are going to capitalize on this statement he made using divine mechanics. Now for time dilation in relationship to the force of gravity. Gravitational time dilation. We're focusing in on gravitational time dilation as opposed to time dilation that takes place because of speed. We're just focusing in on gravitational time dilation. Astrophysicists make a summary statement about gravity saying, gravity does not simply affect space and time, gravity is the effect on space and time. Gravity is the curvature of space and time. A famous astrophysicist, John Wheeler, makes another famous summary quote by saying, space-time tells matter how to move, and matter tells space-time how to curve. But for us, using divine mechanics, the question is not so much how gravity affects matter, or how matter affects the curvature of space-time or gravity. Our question is, how is the existence of matter affecting God? Reminding ourselves that we are trying to understand the divine mechanics involving an all-powerful, all-present, all-knowing God. Reminding ourselves that God is working and energy is being expended, willing things to come back together, gravity, holding them in existence. What is the work doing to him? Maybe by design, or maybe as a natural consequence of the work he is doing, but it seems that heavy work with dense objects slows God down. Our point is that the attractive force of gravity is the product of God willing things back to his center. Gravity is the energy pulling things back to a center. This energy is a product of God's will. This is an ongoing work. He never lets up. He is always willing. He is always working. The energy created has the positive intent of drawing things back to its center. But the intensity of his gravitational works affects the way he manifests himself in space and time. The harder he is working, the more grounded he becomes. Therefore, the more gravitational pull of more dense objects. As a consequence, time slows down. Lower clocks run more slow. God is slowing down the more grounded he is or becomes. It affects him. As he slows down, time slows down. I want to say that when in preparation of this talk and getting to this point when I was writing this out, my soul was literally moved by this. What I realized was this understanding can only be understood in relationship to divine mechanics. And it left me in silence for a good period of time after I came to this understanding. It is in this context, he is the master of time and our experience of time. In here is the understanding of Christian philosophy that says, he is the beginning and the end. All things find their existence in him. Because he controls the density and movement of matter, in him, in his very person, is found the existence and measured value of time. That needs to be reach out and grasped, thereby our experience of time. In doing this talk is the first time I understood that time exists in God. Depending on how grounded he is, determines our measure of time. I image him really working hard, keeping super dense objects in existence and with an attractive force. It forces him to slow down. the effect of him slowing down is gravitational time dilation. Lower clocks run more slow, hence the curvature of space-time. We are going to have a lot more to say about time dilation in relationship to matter. It is a new something that really blows my mind. And there's a breaking point too. In black holes, we said that matter slows God down. Superdense matter really slows him down. At one point, he lets go. Particle and quantum physicists call this event the singularity. From particle back to wave, to the singularity and beyond. It is at this point matter returns to energy. All this understanding comes from the analysis of divine mechanics. But in a very real way, quantum physics leads us to these conclusions too. To connect some dots and fill in some blanks, at this point, I would like to talk about dark matter. After dark matter, we will come back to reflect on gravity and on speed and how it affects gravity. We are not yet done with gravity. So let's now begin our discussion of dark matter by listing what we know about dark matter, its properties. To start, we remind ourselves of what the scientists say the universe is made of. The universe consists of 5% ordinary matter, everything physical listed in the standard model of particle physics, all the galaxies, everything in them, every atom, everything seen. That's 5% of ordinary matter. 25% of the universe is dark matter. Science, at this point, does not know what dark matter is. It has never been seen directly, only indirectly, through a method called gravitational lensing, an observed deflection of light caused by gravity. Siri can describe this process completely for you. 70% of the universe constitutes dark energy, something we have already talked about. This is what particle and astrophysicists say about dark matter. First of all, it is dark. It does not interact with the other matter that forms our universe, and it is electromagnetically neutral. Also, it is stable. That is, it doesn't change its composition. What it is now is what it always has been. It is its own thing. Also, no one has ever seen it. No one knows really at this point what it is. Also, it's said to be cold. It does not move very fast. Because it's its own thing, and because it is not fast moving, it does not interact with other matter. It does not heat up. It's cold. Scientists find it only because of its gravitational signature. It bunches up into something that looks like puffy clouds. Scientists see it by looking for the gravitational redshift it causes when it bunches up. They also know it exists by the effects it has had in the formation of galaxies and their rate of expansion. Dark matter could also look like what is called a weakly interacting massive particle, also called WIMPs, which means that it would only interact with the weak nuclear force like what are called the W and Z bosons found in the standard model of particle physics. Any other form of interaction would easily annihilate the dark matter. This gives us a good summary of what dark matter could look like. Now we are going to do divine mechanics. There are two main candidates for dark matter: axions and supersymmetry particles. Our model, using divine mechanics, suggests, in fact, both do exist in and of themselves. But for us, only axions exist as the best candidate for dark matter. We will reflect on axions now as our candidate for being dark matter. Then after this discussion on dark matter, we will reflect upon supersymmetry in a different way, using divine mechanics, revealing exciting new science in relationship to supersymmetry. Just a reminder, we have not yet finished our discussion on gravity and space-time curvature. Seeing that you are still with me in this project, just hang in there with me. When we get to that physics, there is something in there that just literally blows my mind, seen only because of divine mechanics. But now, back to dark matter and axions. This is what particle physicists say about axions based on their mathematical models that make them absolute good candidates for dark matter. Siri can give good input on this theory if you spell the word axion out in your search. Divine mechanics can easily relate to the axion concept. Axions are described as a boson, a force-carrying particle. There are a number of scenarios that physicists use to describe the possible creation of axions. We are going to tap into the post-inflationary scenario described by physicists to understand their possible creation. In that context, axions would have been created just after the explosive Big Bang event, which fits our divine mechanical model we are suggesting for dark matter. Therefore, they would not have been created as a consequence of the Big Bang. In this scenario, physicists speculate that there was a field of energy that emerged right after the Big Bang, covered the cosmos, but did not participate in what we already have described as Big Bang nucleosynthesis. We remind ourselves that it was at this very same moment, using divine mechanics, we differentiated the dense energy of the Big Bang from dark energy that began just after the Big Bang. In our model, dark energy is the product of God working starting right after the Big Bang event. To say it again, using divine mechanics, we want to say this new energy is dark energy just beginning. Reminding ourselves that in the Big Bang event, energy is dense energy and the product of God's will. The physics described in this scenario is that this new field of energy is dark energy just after the Big Bang. We are going to say that at the proper moment, God began to work, producing dark energy, which we have understood to be everywhere. We are going to say he willfully pushed over the threshold where his energy could begin to create a field of axions. Using divine mechanics, remembering that God is omnipresent, at the proper moment, the energy level was boosted up just a bit, creating a blanket of axions, a new kind of particle, a very, very tiny, not meant to participate in nucleosynthesis, a cold, slow-moving dark matter particle. They would have been very light, meaning a low mass particle. They would be a cold moving particle. They were not part of the Big Bang event, so there's nothing there to push them. They would interact minimally with ordinary matter. Because they are a legitimate particle, they would have the property of gravity and would be organized by the dictates of gravity to give the universe the matter density necessary to make the universe work as an orderly, flat universe. This would be dark matter as postulated by divine mechanics. This insight of God willfully pushing his energy over the threshold to create something is very much in harmony with the current state of astro and quantum physics. The absolute only difference is that in our model of divine physics, it is not a happenstance, it is God doing it. When God works, he is expending energy. It is foundational to my whole thesis here. The force of energy is the product of God doing work. I've already suggested and personally experienced that it takes energy simply to exist. The same for God. Remember, we talked about vacuum fluctuations. The common understanding in particle physics suggests that these fluctuations flow out of the vacuum. We changed that. We said those virtual particles are the product of God simply existing everywhere. We have postulated that the Spirit, or God, creates energy, and that energy creates matter. Remember, we are doing divine mechanics here. So now we are concluding that dark matter is the product of God working. He pushed through the threshold where energy would create a particle that would last, but not interact with the matter that we know as particles described in the standard model of particle physics. In our model of divine mechanics, this is no big deal for God. Let me show you how this is true. We want to move our discussion now away from vacuum fluctuations of particles to string theory. Divine mechanics works very well with string theory. String theory is the most complete, robust, and satisfying theory that all groups of physicists like. It solves so many problems for them and actually points the way to a theory of everything. This is exciting. And our model of divine mechanics has a lot to offer in regard to a theory of everything. Fundamentally, string theory says that particles flowing out of a vacuum as a constant of nature, the ultimate free lunch. I want to say that again. Fundamentally, string theory says that particles flow out of a vacuum as a constant of nature, the ultimate free lunch. We have stated and again state that God is the cause, and those particles happen because he willed it to happen. There is no free lunch here. After accepting this point, divine mechanics accepts everything that particle physicists want to teach us about string theory. Divine mechanics really likes it a lot too. It is our intent here to show why we like it. In fact, we are going to demonstrate some insights from divine physics that shed new light in string theory that I have found absolutely exciting. These insights are balanced, symmetric, harmonious with reality, and aesthetic to the scientific mind. In our model, using divine mechanics, it is energy as a product of God's divine will that creates matter. It is logical to conclude that the most fundamental particle created would be at its base level. That base level, as described by string theorists, is a vibrating, circular-looking string sized at around what is called the Planck scale, which would measure at just a bit more than 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, which is just about as small as anything can get, and still begin to register some gravitational pull. There seems to be some confusion about this number. Some articles that I read use the number 10 to the minus 35 meters versus centimeters. The Planck length itself seems to come in at 1.6 times 10 to the minus 35 meters. But no matter. All of these calculations, there are a lot of zeros here to the minus power, meaning it is very, very, very small. I am fascinated by the Planck length because it is computed by the three constants of nature. The speed of light, which is c, the gravitational constant, which is g, and the Planck constant, which is h, which connects photon energy and frequency. The Planck length strikes me as a revealer of God. God is saying something in those constants of nature, that it belongs on the side of divine mechanics. It seems to me that a Planck particle should exist somewhere in nature. Actually, I wish it were the graviton. Though physicists believe that the graviton does exist, they have not yet seen it. String theory solidly predicts the existence of the graviton. I've already suggested that gravity is the manifestation of God working. The Planck particle could be the product of God exerting energy doing this, doing his gravitational work, holding things together and willing things back together. It would also participate in the formation of axions. I imagine it as the sweat of a hard-working God doing hard work. It's a strong image of a strong God working. In this model, the Planck particle, or the graviton, would be the product of a creative, positive energy calling things back together, an attractive force. This we call gravity, hence the graviton. Some of the dark energy would be the creative negative energy of a working God that has the effect of pulling things apart, creating the repulsive force causing the expansion of the universe. And I like this image a lot. I'd like to insert a quote here from Albert Einstein. It's a famous quote and a wonderful quote. Albert Einstein says, "I want to know how God created this world. I'm not interested in this or that phenomenon, in the spectrum of this or that element. I want to know his thoughts, and the rest are details." What a wonderful quote. And divine mechanics wants to show how God created not only the world, but the universe. So now, back on topic. Siri can give us a lot of information on what is called the Planck length and also the string length. These string lengths are created vibrating. At rock bottom, fundamentally, this is all that string theory invents: vibrating springs, vibrating strings. But these vibrating strings open the door in solving many questions in quantum physics. Divine mechanics wants to add something to these insights. Different vibrations among the strings create different fundamental particles. Divine mechanics wants to show that these vibrations are not accidental vibrations creating random particles. There is a divine will behind them as they come into existence. At this point, we want to do a study of the quantum energy fluctuations and how a divine will might manipulate them. We want to show what energy fluctuations can do when God puts his mind to it. In other words, we want to show how God created the universe. Quite frankly, we want to show that God uses energy fluctuations to create everything. There is a symmetry to the unfolding of the universe. There is a harmony to it, a beauty to it, as we all know. And God wants us to discover all of this. He wants to see what he has done, to see him wanting to be discovered and delighting in our discovery. The insight saying that God uses quantum fluctuations of energy to create everything is not as far-fetched as it first might sound. Computer programmers do it all the time. Better understood, machine language programmers do it all the time. Remember what the machine language programmer looks like. To us, it looks like a pattern of zeros and ones put in some kind of order to make the computer work. To the computer, it registers as a series of electrical charges and non-charges put on its computer chip. We remind ourselves that there is a computer programmer that puts the charges and the non-charges in their proper order. He pushes a button to release them, and some marvelous things begin to happen. Reflect on this for a moment. A computer works fundamentally by someone manipulating only energy in its proper order. That's it. Nothing more. Computers work because someone organized the quantum fluctuations of energy in such a way as to make the computer do something. And there is nothing else to it. At the machine language level, it only looks like tiny electrical charges mixed in on a computer chip with no charges at all. Written out, the program looks like ones and zeros. Now just reflect on what those quantum fluctuations of energy can do. They are making your computer or iPhone work. Think of what today's computers can do. In fact, they have become so powerful that some scientists are becoming afraid of what they are creating, especially at the level of artificial intelligence. Is it far-fetched to think that an all-powerful, all-knowing God could not do the same thing? So let's look at some examples of what this looks like when God is doing it. We've already gave one example when we stated that God simply willed to slightly up the intensity of dark energy to create axions. In our model of physics using divine mechanics, the fluctuations of dark energy is in complete harmony with the commonly known theory of quintessence. Quintessence is a theoretical explanation of dark energy that is dynamic. It changes over time, unlike normal understanding of a cosmological constant, which by definition does not change. And quintessence can be attractive or repulsive, depending upon the work being done. In physics, quintessence is a hypothetical form of dark energy, defined to be a scalar field, which means like dark energy, it is everywhere. We remind ourselves, so is the Higgs field. It is everywhere. We also remind ourselves that God is everywhere. Quintessence is simply the recognition of the slight fluctuations of dark energy, seen of God doing work, just like a machine language computer programmer. And Siri can give in-depth description of quintessence. We have already, earlier on in this presentation, mentioned the Higgs boson and the Higgs field. It was confirmed to exist back in 2012. I delighted in the fact that it was, in fact, alluded to by scientists as the God particle. Everything, you, me, the stars, the planets, everything are made up of particles. Particle physicists state that in their first stage of formation, particles have no mass. They are in their wave stage of formation. They all speed around at the speed of light. Physicists state that massless particles can get their mass only by interacting with the Higgs boson in the scalar field called the Higgs field, which means that it is everywhere. The stronger a particle interacts with the Higgs field, the heavier the particle ends up being. A photon-like particle, destined to remain a photon, does not interact with the Higgs boson. But the other elementary particles do interact. Electrons and other bosons, which are the force-carrying particles, then quarks, which are the building blocks of protons and neutrons, do interact with the Higgs boson, hence having a variety of masses. This happens as a consequence of increased energy called by the physicists an excited state in the Higgs field. The excitation refers to an increase in energy level above a chosen starting point. That is the description of what the Higgs field does. As part of this definition, these energy excitations are a process that breaks the electroweak symmetry that holds the wave particle from becoming a fermion, or more clearly said, a real particle with some mass to it. This is what a quantum fluctuation of energy would look like. This causes the creation of matter to take place. It is the shift of a wave particle to a solid particle. The mechanism for symmetry breaking is called the Higgs mechanism. The mechanism is the Higgs field itself, where the field causes automatic, spontaneous symmetry breaking during interactions with wave particles, pushing them to become standard particles known by particle physicists. There's a lot of discussion among particle physicists as to how this dynamic might play out. Fundamentally, the action is the fluctuations of energy at the quantum level. Without trying to describe the phenomenon in quantum mechanics, in a quantum mechanics course with Dr. Schumacher, he took us through the exercise to demonstrate that the different spins of a same looking quantum particle, or different direction of spin for the same looking quantum particles, creates different properties for those quantum particles, creating particles that look different. This is important. In quantum physics, the selection of the spin direction is considered to be mysterious, a mysterious selection process that cannot be observed, cannot be watched by any observer. But it is a selection of energy direction. And in the aggregate, it looks a lot like machine language programming. We are suggesting that God is doing the programming. To say it again, this is how God creates matter. Dark energy is everywhere. The Higgs field is everywhere. And God is everywhere. In divine mechanics, the mechanism is God working. The mechanism causing energy fluctuations is the property of divine mechanics. God gives energy its positive charge in a proper way according to his design. Particle physicists, in the most sophisticated, creative kinds of ways, are working to figure out how the design works. But obviously, at base level, physicists agree with this model we have just presented. After all, they have named the Higgs particle the God particle. Let's now move on to look at energy fluctuations at the other end of the spectrum, the formation of galaxies. Another place that we see important fluctuations of energy is recorded in the cosmic microwave background. The cosmic microwave background is the leftover radiation from the Big Bang event. It records the state of the forming universe when it was about 380,000 years old. Because the Big Bang event began as a singular, explosive, expansive creation of energy, it would have been an even or smooth distribution of energy in the rapid expansion of the universe. The cosmic microwave background records that expansion as microwaves. Those microwaves reveal that at 380,000 years, the expansion of the universe was relatively smooth, as would be expected. However, the cosmic microwave background, also called the CMB, revealed tiny fluctuations, tiny deviations of temperature from place to place when scientists looked at it today from the powerful WMAP telescope that we have today. Astrophysicists have discovered that those tiny energy deviations recorded on the CMB, or the cosmic microwave background, as temperature deviations created fluctuations in the formation of matter density in the rapid expansion of the early universe. Those fluctuations in the matter density have grown into the galaxies and galaxy clusters that the WMAP telescope reveals to us today. Those tiny fluctuations were absolutely necessary for the formation of the visible universe known today. To say it again, those tiny fluctuations were absolutely necessary for the formation of the visible universe known today. In the context of divine mechanics, those fluctuations are not accidental, but demonstrations of how God manipulated the energy flow of the Big Bang to set in motion the beginning formation of the universe. Astrophysicists acknowledge that those temperature fluctuations could have happened in a very, very different way. They admire the fact that there is a uniformity in the structure of the universe at very large scales. Siri can give a lot of information on the cosmic microwave background and the WMAP satellite. The microwave background is a snapshot of God's work at 380,000 years in the history of the universe. I see God wanting to reveal His work. I read one scientist saying that creation is just crying out to be discovered. God Himself is wanting to be discovered in all of it. In the 70% known as dark energy, in the 25% known as dark matter, in the 5% of ordinary matter that constitutes the visible universe. All of it wants to reveal the living God. We now give a few more examples of how fluctuations of energy have created the particles we know that are found in the periodic table. We've already discussed the role of the Higgs boson. We will now look at what happens after the energy particles pass through the Higgs field. All the atoms described in the periodic table are formed out of some combination of these three particles: the electron, the neutron, and the proton. These three together are the matter particles, called fermions, and form everything that can be seen in the universe. At a more fundamental level, the quantum level, in particle physics, we can state that all the protons and neutrons are formed from what are called the up quark, the down quark, and the electron. Then in union with these three fermions, there are two bosons, force-carrying particles. The first is the photon, an electromagnetic force that holds the electron to the atomic nucleus of protons and neutrons. And the second is the gluons, the strong nuclear force that holds the quarks together inside every proton and neutron. It could be said that these five particles, or fermions, form all the stuff that we see in the universe. Particle physicists have discovered that there is an even more fundamental way of looking at these five fermions. As with the periodic table describing all the atoms in existence, there is also the standard model of particle physics that describes the breakdown of these five fermions. In the standard model of particle physics, there are described 12 kinds of fermions, which are matter particles, and 5 kinds of bosons, which are the force-carrying particles. These are grouped together into 3 families or generations of fermions, with each family heavier than the last by increasing in mass. These 3 families of fermions form a symmetry that is admirable in its structure. There is a beautiful symmetry revealed here. Because of this symmetry, particle physicists are reasonably sure that they have found all of the particles in the standard model. I see God's work here. It is an incredible accomplishment in the realm of particle physics to find these elementary particles. To see this accomplishment in a very complete way, I refer you to Dr. Sean Carroll's lecture on dark matter, dark energy from the Great Courses, especially Lesson 8. However, what we are interested in here are the energy fluctuations that create this beautiful symmetry. String theory, in its more advanced form called M theory, wants to say that the vibrations of strings that flow out of a vacuum create these 12 fermions and the 5 bosons by the different ways this one string vibrates. M theory wants only one kind of string that vibrates. This then would be the most fundamental of all particles. Everything in existence has its beginning then in the different types of vibrations of this one fundamental string. Siri can give a more developed understanding of M theory. But essentially it says that the different vibrations of one string set in motion the creation of everything. It also wants to be the link to the theory of everything. Divine mechanics likes M theory a lot. But we want to say that divine mechanics is the link to the theory of everything. But the insight of M theory delights us. We've already postulated that energy fluctuations are the mechanism that God uses to create. This method of creation is mirrored to us by the computer machine language programmer. It is the intelligent manipulation of energy, starting at the most basic level, the manipulation of a vibration of just one style of a string in such a way to create 12 quantum fermions or matter particles in relationship to the up quark, the down quark, and the electron, and then the 5 bosons. We are simply stating that these quantum particles are mindfully brought into existence by God willfully manipulating the fluctuation of energy, much like a machine language programmer. We then state that they find their proper mass by their encounter with the Higgs field. Then through the mindful fluctuations of energy, they go on their journey of primordial nucleosynthesis. We have alluded to nucleosynthesis earlier in this presentation. The heavier elements then later are formed by the manipulations of energy in stars and the supernova explosions that happen in our universe. This process of mindful energy fluctuations continues on to the ultimate evolution of life, finally achieving its goal of bringing us into existence. I would love to someday see an analysis of how the manipulation of energy created the human DNA molecule. No one can believe that such a wonderful creation like DNA happened by accident. To say that our DNA happened by accident is illogical. It's not logical. Once we are created, God then has access to hands and feet that walk with intelligence. Then we continue on creating with Him and for Him as we like. I would like someday to talk about this dynamic of cosmology. Depending on how this first part of this cosmological presentation is accepted, will tell me if I would want to do a part 2. That, for me, is where the fun would begin. But we are not done here. We are now going to learn more. We are going to lean more deeply into the wave in the wave-particle paradox. We are going to allow divine mechanics to open some doors for us. But make no mistake here. We are going to use only physics as it is taught to us by classical Newtonian physics, by general relativity, and by quantum physics. We want now to discuss supersymmetry. Supersymmetry is a hypothetical extension of string theory. String theory predicts supersymmetry and works best with supersymmetry. And it works in conjunction with M theory. M theory seemingly demands the inclusion of supersymmetry in its theory so as to describe the real world. Supersymmetry, at every level of its expression, also insists on the existence of the graviton, which is a huge contribution to string theory. Supersymmetry enhances M theory's insistence on more than 4 standard dimensions of reality that we are given by Newtonian, particle, and quantum physics. Supersymmetry works well with quantum physics. It is through that supersymmetry, it is thought that supersymmetry could provide a good candidate for dark matter. As we mentioned before, divine mechanics opted for axions. Dr. Sean Carroll, in his lecture on supersymmetry, thought it would be nice if nature gave us both the superparticles of supersymmetry and axions to make up the dark matter in the universe. Divine mechanics likes that idea too. Supersymmetry likes symmetry in physics, and divine mechanics also likes symmetry and really likes supersymmetry because it opens a door for us to go through and explore some new science. And we want to go through that door now. Einstein's theory of general relativity teaches us that there are 4 dimensions to reality. In geometric terms, they are the length, the width, the depth, and the space-time placement of an event on a space-time graph. Those 4 dimensions will locate any event in our 4-dimensional reality. M theory wants more dimensions, like 10 dimensions. The problem is, in the current state of physics, we see only 4 dimensions of our current reality. What happened to the other dimensions? This is a problem that upsets our current understanding of reality. One way quantum physics tries to solve this problem is by mathematically turning these other dimensions into small, unseen balls that have no effect on our four-dimensional world. For divine mechanics, in terms of symmetry, divine mechanics asserts that these kinds of solutions are very unsatisfying. These types of solutions create something that has no use. There's no apparent reason for hidden, useless dimensions. Besides, divine mechanics knows concretely that there are more than 4 dimensions of reality. There are 7 dimensions of reality, and I name them. The 4 dimensions known and defined by classical physics, then the spiritual dimension, then the semi-spiritual dimension, or the wave-particle-particle-wave aspect of the physical world, and finally, the glorified or the new material of a new kind of material body. These 7 dimensions of reality are easily recognized by divine mechanics. They are already in existence and witnessed to us by Jesus walking the face of the earth after he rose from the dead. Let me be clear here. This is not fantasy. This is history. This is Jesus teaching us something. And in our context, this is physics. Here is where divine mechanics comes into play. Here is where particle physics must come to terms with the wave function of reality. Supersymmetry is demanding that its insight be honored. Half the people on the planet Earth believe in the 7 dimensions I have just outlined. In fact, people cannot even claim to be logical Christians if they don't at least at some level believe in all 7 dimensions of reality. All Christians believe in the resurrection of Jesus from the dead. If that had not happened for us, there would be no faith. Nearly all of these events are studied, experienced, and proclaimed in a spiritual way. But in this presentation, I don't want to do that. We are doing physics here. I want to analyze these events from the point of view of physics. Something very important is being revealed in the resurrection event for quantum physics. There are more than 4 dimensions involved in the resurrection event. In fact, all 7 of the dimensions I mentioned come into play. The physical, the spiritual, the particle-wave transition, also the wave-particle transition, and then finally, the most important part, the new physical. If anyone wants to, they can find the accounts of Jesus rising from the dead in all 4 Gospels in the New Testament. There's some remarkable physics that's being revealed in them. If you should look them up, I encourage you to read them from the point of view of physics. These are historical events, and there is a marvelous interplay between the particle and the wave. Let's take a look at this interplay between the particle and the wave. Let's begin by reflecting what supersymmetry wants us to understand. Supersymmetry insists that there is a superpartner particle that exists in conjunction to every particle that is outlined in the standard model of particle physics. These superpartners have a different spin as compared to their partner. Siri can describe in great deal what supersymmetry has to say. For our purpose, this means that the 12 fermions in the standard model of particle physics has a superpartner. The superpartners can't be seen. This also means that the 5 bosons in the standard model also have 5 superpartners that can't be seen. This means that there are 17 superpartners expected to exist by string theory and validated by supersymmetry that can't be seen. and particle physicists have already given them names. Particle physicists firmly believe that these superparticles, should exist. There's also the perspective that is accepted by many particle physicists that states that the superparticles are a conserved entity, which means that they would be stable. They would be 1,000 times greater, 1,000 times heavier than a proton, so therefore would not decay into its partner. What this essentially means is that superparticles are their own thing. That tells me that they have a reason to be. This understanding is harmonious with the expected symmetry that physicists look for in their work. I want to insert here that this same understanding applies to the concept of antimatter, which has the opposite electric charge to its counterpart. Particle physicists state that most of all the antimatter was annihilated by its partner at the time of the Big Bang. Then the leftover particles would then make up all the matter we see in the universe today. To me, annihilating all that antimatter seems kind of wasteful of some very good stuff. I think divine mechanics would want to put antimatter to good work too, to good use too, along with superparticles. So that brings us back to our topic. Superparticles can't be seen, but where did these superparticles go? This is a real problem for string theory. Before we answer this question, I want to treat what I consider to be some unsatisfying conjectures offered to explain other possible places to find superparticles to explain our real universe. Particle physicists have developed a number of mathematical theories to hide them or get rid of them, but their solutions are very unsatisfactory to divine mechanics and to the expected beauty of the physical world. Ultimately, some of these solutions lead to notions that are not provable and also very unattractive to divine mechanics. For example, though it is not directly related to supersymmetry, there is the concept of the multiverse. The multiverse is a concept that is allowed for and flows out of string theory. However, from the perspective of divine mechanics, the multiverse is possible but unnecessary. As was stated with the ideas of hiding other dimensions predicted by M theory, we can say the same thing in relationship to the multiverse. It is very wasteful to create something, then simply hide it. From the cosmological perspective of divine mechanics and the physics of the divine, there is a purpose to creation. Ultimately, God is trying to reveal himself. He wants to be known. In this context, multiverses serve no purpose. We know that we already exist in a universe that has over 120 billion galaxies in it. And each galaxy has over 100 billion stars in it. And many of these stars have planets orbiting them. The universe is neatly surrounded by a wrapping of the cosmic microwave background. From a Christian cosmological point of view, there is plenty of material in this universe to do whatever God wants to do. We know that our universe is expanding at an increasing rate with the ultimate destiny of speeding apart, scattering itself off into the unknown or some other cosmic destiny. Having multiverses would be a rather extravagant action by the humble God that I know. The concept really is out of character for the God that I know. Unless there is some clear reason for doing it, I don't believe he would want to expend the energy to create multiverses on the other side of the microwave background. Really, there is one clear, best way to make a universe. Physicists in all fields of physics marvel at the wonder and the beauty of creation and all the symmetry found in it. And it's the one we have, this universe. If God wanted to do another way, we know He has all of eternity to do a second round. I believe that the concept of the multiverse is not aesthetically pleasing and is not necessary. My conjecture is that our universe is aesthetically pleasing and enough. From a Christian cosmological perspective, the only reason to conjure up multiverses with our universe growing out of it is to avoid a moment of creation. The physics of the divine resists that notion, especially when the multiverse can never be proven. But this brings us back to the question then of where are the superpartners in supersymmetry, and where is all the antimatter? Divine mechanics has an answer to this, and I have a story to illustrate it. As we have suggested, the Higgs field is everywhere and has the function of giving mass to all elementary particles. I'm going to suggest that it might have an additional function of acting as an arbiter for created matter. Arbiter to matter's destiny of being partner or superpartner, matter or antimatter. This is a reasonable expectation of the Higgs field and the Higgs boson. I believe that particle physicists can right now enhance the theory of what would be required to make this arbitration take place. The Higgs field has the function of breaking symmetry to give particles mass. The superpartner is expected to have a huge mass, 1,000 times the size of the proton. Why could the Higgs field not cause that to happen at the moment its partner was created? It's a very real expectation, especially when superpartners are expected to exist. That would be the time to create it both together. To make concrete this insight for having superpartners and antimatter, I want to tell a story. About 10 years ago, I was spiritual director for a Step 2 Cursillo weekend. A Step 2 Cursillo is a very demanding spiritual event that lasts for 3 days, just like the first Cursillo. This Cursillo was a women's weekend. We had about 35 women working the weekend, and the women put a lot of energy into preparing for the weekend, about 2 months worth of energy. And the weekend finally arrived. But to my disappointment, we had this huge, wonderful team of workers, but we only got 8 candidates. It takes a lot of energy to go through a weekend. Also, I was sick with shingles, which makes the weekend much more challenging. At this point, I need to insert in my story that I was not taking any pain medicine, any drugs, or drinking anything that would alter my perceptions of reality. I've been trained to kind of transcend my pain, to step out of it, so to speak, and do the work I am called to do. But I put this point in my story because my pain might be helpful to the full insight of my story. I was frustrated that we did not get the turnout that we expected for the Step 2 Cursillo weekend. But that Thursday night, we decided to go ahead with the weekend anyway. Friday, I had a big funeral which took me out of the Cursillo. At about 6 p.m., I came back to the Cursillo. Father Dan was doing Mass, and I walked into the dimly lit gym that we had set up for Mass, and they were having communion. Much to my surprise, the section that we had set up for Mass was filled with women. It was a pleasant surprise. There were about 25 women there. Most of them were leaned up against the wall. At the end of communion, the few team members and the candidates had naturally taken their seats. Then there was this quick rush of those along the wall to find an empty seat for themselves. One of the women crossed in front of me, and I recognized her and wanted to greet her. Looking ahead, she began to turn toward me. We made eye contact, and she immediately turned away to find her seat. My thought was, what's going on here? As Mass was finishing up, I went out into the kitchen area, and I ran into the sister of the woman I had recognized, and I said, "What's happened? Did you go out and recruit more candidates?" She said, "No." I responded, "I just saw your sister. She's at the Mass." "Impossible. She's in Boson," she said. We tried to understand what was going on. We quickly came to the realization that she had two sisters that looked very much alike. One was in Boson. The other was in heaven. I buried her the year before. I went back to the Mass area. They were done with Mass, and there was just the small contingent in the Mass area that I expected to be there. Needless to say, I made a big deal out of this. Our Cursillo was bigger than we all thought. Two other women came forward to say that they too saw their sisters from heaven there with us. All were very animated by all of this. And as usual, we had a great 3-day weekend with the Lord. Once we all settled down, this experience is not unusual for us. We are a Native American community and are very comfortable with experiences of the spiritual, of the wave function. Me too. Once I digested the spiritual aspects of this experience, I flipped over to the physics involved. I remember puzzling over the question. The woman I saw had a lavender kind of looking sweatsuit combination on, very cute. And my question became, where do they get their clothes? And this brings us back to the physics of the event. This is a non-negotiable event. I saw what I saw, and I was not under the influence of anything, and I'm not considered to be crazy. There's a lot of physics revealed in this story, important physics, fun physics, that opens a huge door of understanding. So let's go through the door. We are entering the realm of divine mechanics. Let's analyze what I saw. First of all, they were all leaning up against the wall, waiting for communion to end. They didn't fall through the wall. Their physical stuff was being supported by the wall. They walked solidly on the cement floor. Their wave particle dimension was being supported by our particle wave dimension, and the two were working together. Secondly, they could see us, but everyone else could not see them except for me. Third, the woman I recognized, we nearly had an encounter of the third kind. I wanted to hug her. I clearly could see that she wanted to encounter me, but they must have some rules to follow. I think that she realized that I was seeing her. She had a shocked look on her face and turned away. It kind of hurt me. What's going on, I thought. Fourth, they all wanted to sit down. There was kind of a rush to get a chair. My question was, are they tired? Or did they just want to sit in a real chair? And they were all dressed nice. And I was wondering, where did they get their clothes? They were completely immersed in the event of the Mass. Then there's this dynamic that I tried to discern. Two other of our team members saw their sisters during that weekend on the same day that I experienced my encounter. But there was a difference. For them, their sisters wanted them to see them. The sisters broke through intentionally wave-particle to particle-wave existence to them so that they could see each other. It seems as though this feat is really not hard for them to do. For me, it was different. I broke through our reality to them unannounced so as to be able to see them. I expect much to their surprise. Why? The answer could be directed in two directions, and I think both are right. The first is that it was allowed to happen. Believe me, the Lord has done a lot to prepare me for this science project. But there was also a dynamic involved that may have been the mechanism to help push the event to happen. And that mechanism is stress. Suffering has a role in the spiritual dynamic, something I had suspected in other events in which these encounters were made evident to me. I have another fun story to tell to illustrate what I suspect to be true. These kinds of encounters are happening all the time. If you look for the particle, that's all you're going to see. If you look for the wave, it's there. In my business, I run across the wave all the time. There is no mystery to me. My question is, what is the mechanism that makes it happen? The first part of the mechanism is that it must be allowed to happen. They have no need for us to come and mess up their reality. They are protected. I think we need to be prepared and mature enough to break through to them. In other words, there must be a disposition of the particle to transverse to the wave side. The other part of the mechanism is stress. I've seen this played out often with the very old, and also with people at the time of death. Many of my experiences have to do with old people. They are experiencing people from the other dimension all the time. I believe that in your circle of influence, you know someone, probably an old person, who was seeing someone from the other side. Remember, we are doing physics here. This is part of reality. This kind of thinking is something we are going to have to get used to if we are going to complete our understanding of reality, to create a theory of everything. The image I have with the old is that the stress that their body is in at a certain stage of aging allows them to simply sit up out of their body. Their body remains flat in the bed, but the wave, the person, sits up and begins to converse with people on the other side, the other dimension. This has been witnessed to me, myself, or by others telling me about it, at least easily a couple hundred times. it's no big surprise. Now for my fun story. One time, I just finished Mass at our nursing home, and it was as was my habit, I took communion around to residents at the nursing home that did not attend the Mass. But this time, for some reason, I decided to make my rounds with my albon, that long white garment that priests wear to say Mass. As I was walking down the hall, I saw one of our elders out in the hall sitting in her wheelchair. She was 101 years old. As I approached her, she had a frown on her face and she raised her cane at me. I was surprised and I said, "What's wrong?" And she responded, "Oh, Father, it's you. I thought you were one of them from the other side. They keep coming. They want me to go with them, but I'm not ready yet. I don't want to go with them yet. I like it right here." She had a big family and she was still enjoying life. I said, "Listen, you're the boss. You go when you're ready to go." She liked that. She said, "That's right. I'm the boss." And we laughed. But I never walked the halls of the nursing home again in my elb. My point in the story is that stress in the body can possibly be the mechanism that allows a person to transcend a particle existence to a wave existence. In my story experience, I was entering consciously into that mechanism, stepping out of my stress so as to be able to keep going in the Cursillo. My shingles were all over my back. And I still had a day and a half to keep going. It's a discipline that during my life, it's a discipline that during that time of my life I had developed. Anyone who has made a Cursillo knows what I am talking about. And in our parish, we did 6 similar weekends every year. For me, it was a good skill to learn. In regard to antimatter and superpartners, let me sum up in this way. These stories witness to reality. If we are really in search of the truth, they can't simply be denied because they don't fit into the worldview of the current physical sciences. Quantum physics, to say that again, quantum physics demands that the wave be implemented to describe the real world. We are talking about where quantum mechanics touches up against divine mechanics. This would be an expanded understanding of the wave-particle reality. The 7 dimensions of reality do really exist. They need to be explored in physics if we really want a theory of everything. What we are talking about is natural, real, and verifiable. My stories and the Gospels are just the tip of the evidence available to the experimental physicist. In science, we have never really went out to look at the evidence for the wave and never respected it when it was presented to us. If we look for the particle, that's all we are ever going to see. If we look for the wave in a real way, I believe that we will find it. God wants us to know it all. I think this is an exciting journey. And by the way, if anyone still has questions of where the superpartners are or the anti-gravity where it's being used, I have first-hand information on that. The Cursillo I was in was a women's Cursillo. And besides everything else that I saw, as I saw with my own eyes, some of those superpartners and antimatter have gone into women's clothes. And I won't be talked out of it. I know what I saw. Divine mechanics opens many doors. We are now at the last segment of this presentation. We want to finish up our discussion by completing the insights of divine mechanics in relationship to gravity and the curvature of space-time. Before we continue on, I would like to introduce another major source that has helped me immensely in this study in physics, especially at the level of quantum mechanics as it deals with particle wave and wave particle phenomena that we have been discussing and will now discuss in a more developed kind of way. My new source in education finds its roots in my life experience as a priest working on the Blackfeet reservation among the Blackfeet people. I worked with the Blackfeet people for 35 years up until the time of my retirement. We shared faith together in the most powerful kind of way, especially in the Cursillo weekend experiences that we had together. They accepted me among them. We came to know each other in a deep kind of way because of the sharings that we did together. They accepted me as one of the family. They know I love them, and I believe many came to love me too. They are my family, and I miss them so very much. The picture that you see right here on my left is a picture of the tower of our church, Little Flower Church, Little Flower Parish in Browning, Montana. The Blackfeet are generally a heart people. Western people with European roots are generally a head people. The Western world is very comfortable with living at the level of logic and reason, maybe later including some form of heart information. Native Americans lean into the world first at the level of the heart, then balance their heart information with some manner of logic. Using the language of divine mechanics, we could say, my first tendency would be to lean into reality from the point of view of the particle or the particle wave perspective. The Blackfeet first tendency would be to lean into reality from the wave or wave particle perspective. Though they would not use this language of science, they taught me how not only to do this, but to be this, a wave particle person. The way the Blackfeet, for example, approach God, they see him as the creator God and want to call him the creator. Nearly every person is very aware of the spiritual world and experienced the spiritual world often and taught me to do so also. They look at creation as a wave particle reality and see God working in this creation. A lot of their art has a mystical look about it, which from our perspective could be described as seeing the wave particle vision of reality. Now, for any theologian listening here, we are not describing pantheism here. We're talking about what God has created and how God is directing his creation, the manifestation of his will moving creation forward, his will being done in his people and in creation and in the evolution for creation. Most often as a product of the energy he is expending in his work. In other words, all the physics we have been discussing. The Blackfeet accepted me when I would begin to bring physics up in some of our discussions. They did not roll their eyes at me. We understood each other. When I spoke the language of the heart, and I believe they trusted me. As I mentioned earlier on, I would bring some of these topics up at Mass, especially in relationship to Christian cosmology. With the students at our De La Salle Blackfeet School Mass, sometimes I would really get into it. The students loved it. Every once in a while, I would get off topic and talk about space travel. The kids didn't roll their eyes at me either. I remember a couple of times that in my discussions of everlasting life, I announced to the whole student body that I was going to be the chaplain on the starship Enterprise in my eternal home. I want to see the universe that God created. Afterwards, some fourth graders came up to me one time to say to me that they wanted to go with me. And so they will. So we will. My experience of the Blackfeet Reservation really, my experiences on the Blackfeet Reservation really are the cradle of all my reflections, especially on time dilation and space travel. They gave me permission to live a wave particle perspective on life. And that is where we are going now. We will be doing some new science. So at least hear me out. So let's go through this door and on to space travel. We are now in the last stage of our presentation. We want to revisit gravity and time dilation as it relates to the effects of speed on the experience of time. We have already, using divine mechanics, looked at how the density of matter affects God in his work of gravity. The density of matter forms one parameter, or said in mathematical terms, one limit for the existence of matter, which is the singularity. The singularity as created in a dark hole is one limit for the existence of matter. The denser matter is, the slower time is. Lower clocks run slow because of gravity. We said it is because God is working more slowly. Matter slows the rhythm of his existence down. His relationship with matter slows him down. This insight flows out of Christian cosmology. He is the ground of all that exists. Time exists in him, in his very experience of existence. This is understood now in the context of divine mechanics. Matter affects the rhythm of his existence. The denser the matter, the slower the rhythm of his existence. It slows him down. As a consequence of him slowing down, time slows down. Lower clocks run more slow. By design, maybe, or maybe it's just the nature of the relationship of physical matter and divine. But divine mechanics is in operation. The dynamics of God's relationship with matter. All this is understood in the context of gravitational time dilation. This is not science fiction. This is real, verifiable science. Our GPS system in our cars can work only by taking into account time dilation. Without the adjustments by the physicists for time dilation, our GPS system would be off 10 kilometers or 6 miles each day. All we have just stated is observed in the phenomenon of gravitational time dilation. Remember, we are still only talking about the phenomenon of gravitational time dilation. We will later on, we will move toward our discussion of speed dilation, which is a lot of fun. But we're just now talking about, and we'll continue for a while, talking about gravitational time dilation. Scientists use atomic clocks to measure the different tickings of a clock in a satellite compared to its counterpart on Earth. We remind ourselves that lower clocks run more slow. One source I found states that without accounting for the effects of rotation, the earthbound clock would run about 0.02 seconds slower over a period of 1 year than would a distant observer's clock that is away from gravity. Let's now begin to look at time dilation and include the effects of speed. Using our GPS satellites, with the GPS satellite at about 20,000 kilometers above the Earth and circling the Earth twice a day, for this moving satellite, its clock falls behind an earthbound clock by, and I'm going to count off 5 zeros here, by 0.000007 seconds or 7 microseconds per day, at the speed of 2 Earth orbits per day. A fast moving clock runs more slow than a clock at rest. Now, to include gravitational time dilation for the same satellite, in this case, the lower clock runs more slow than the higher clock. In this case, the earthbound clock runs, and there's 4 zeros here, 0.00006 seconds slower per day than the clock in the satellite 20,000 kilometers up in the sky. When the mathematicians do their math, they show that the earthbound clock runs 0.00038 seconds, or to say it differently, 38 microseconds per day slower than the clock in the satellite. It may not seem like much, but 38 microseconds are enough to knock our GPS system off by 10 kilometers or 6 miles per day. And that error accumulates each day. That is definitely not good. It does need to be adjusted for. But what I want to say here is that 38 microseconds really are way too small of an effect to help in any other way, especially in relationship to future space travel. In the goal I'm looking for, we need another vision, another worldview, another physics. What is needed here is divine mechanics, divine physics. This leads us to the second limit for the existence of matter. We are going to do new physics here. Let's revisit the twin paradox caused by time dilation. The story again. Imagine again a spaceship traveling at 95% the speed of light to a planet 9.5 light years away. A stationary observer on Earth would measure the journey time as distance divided by speed, or 9.5 divided by 0.95, which would equal 10 years. The spaceship crew members, on the other hand, experienced time dilation and thus perceived the trip as taking only 3.12 years. The bottom line here is that the people on this spaceship aged 3.12 years, while the people on Earth aged 10 years. We've already discussed the phenomena of twin paradox. The people on Earth experienced a trip lasting 10 years. The people on the spaceship experienced the trip lasting 3.12 years. In the story, we have shown the phenomenon of time dilation as a consequence of speed. The story focuses on the reality of what happens to time. But at this point, we want to focus on what happens to the clock. This is a different focus. We have been focusing on what the consequence of time dilation in relationship to speed, but at this point we want to focus on what happens to the clock. This then would be a discussion of speed time dilation as it affects the density of matter. Let's just take a good look at those clocks. Clocks don't know that they are measuring time. The scientists say that both clocks record each second in a proper way. Observers of both clocks would report the measurement of each second of each minute to look normal. Each second in both clocks looks like a normal second. But obviously something real happened to the moving clock on the spaceship. Divine mechanics says yes, time did dilate, but we are back to the particle wave phenomenon. Yes, time did dilate, but we say so did the clocks. Here we are introducing a theory of new science. There is the phenomenon of matter dilation. The matter in the clocks dilated too, and so did the spaceship, and so did the people on the spaceship, and they didn't even know it. If anyone is resisting what I just suggested, hang in here with me. At least hope that I am right. That is, if we ever want to experience the reality of space travel, unless you think that the concept of stasis is satisfactory experience of space travel. Siri can tell you what stasis in space travel is. I find stasis very unsatisfactory and very unnatural. Let's look at what real space travel entails. So now we're just going to look at the reality that we live in right now. Let's look at what real let us look at what real space travel entails. The nearest star to the Earth is Proxima Centauri at 4.2 light years away. Going at the speed of light, it would take 4.2 years to get there. With our modern day telescopes, we already can see that star. We know what's around it. There's nothing new there. I would not like to sleep, that's called stasis, for 4 years to get to a place I can see with a telescope. Today we can travel just a fraction of the speed of light. It would take a lifetime to get there at today's speeds, and this is our current reality. Physicists say that the speed of light is the speed limit for us, that our bodies could not sustain the consequence of such a speed anyway. This constitutes the second limit for matter. But I still would really want to go farther away than 4 light years, a lot farther. So let's unpack the new theoretical science that was just stated. Here's what science teaches us. Astrophysicists say that the speed of light is the speed limit of matter, or anything physical, the second limit put on matter. Divine mechanics is not so sure about that. In our presentation here, we went through a long study on matter, on supersymmetry, including some discussion on other dimensions. We also based a lot of our understanding of divine mechanics on the quantum mechanical presentation of the interaction of particles and waves and particles. We know that dense matter has an effect on the measurement of time, gravitational time dilation. We also know that speed has the same kind of effect on time. Let's remember the time dilation that took place with the twins in the twin paradox thought experiment. We now want to say that speed also has an effect on matter, not only on time and time dilation, but also on matter. Speed causes matter to dilate, as is demonstrated in the clocks. Density of matter shifts toward a wave existence as a consequence of speed. So to summarize, to say it again, lower clocks run more slow, and faster clocks move, and also faster moving clocks run more slow. These two realities define the mechanics of time dilation. We are adding that speed causes matter to dilate. What could be happening here? Let's look at the extremes of time dilation. Extreme dense matter has a profound effect on time. We suggested that dense matter slows the work of gravity down, or to say it differently, dense matter slows the work of God down. We also suggested that there is a breaking point where dense matter collapses in on itself back into a singularity of energy, and maybe even farther, back to God. We are now stating that speed does the same thing. Divine mechanics involved states that speed forces particles toward their wave existence. Speed would be the stressor here. This would be the mechanics accepted by divine mechanics. Pushed far enough, the particle wave would then become a wave particle, and then, if necessary, a wave particle to a wave existence. And then pushed far enough, in a Christian philosophical sense, the energy reverts back to God. It is conserved in God. I believe quantum mechanics tries to describe some of this particle-wave interplay. In other words, quantum mechanics deals with this phenomena using its own language. Hang in there with me. I will show how this all pulls together in a few minutes. But at this point, we can draw some conclusions here. The first conclusion is that we all do live in a matter-dilated existence, depending on gravity's effect on us and the speed we are moving. That speed causes matter to dilate. So what speeds are we talking about? Well, the Earth rotates at the speed of 1,000 miles per hour. It orbits the Sun at about 66,000 miles per hour. Our Milky Way galaxy is moving at about 660,000 miles per hour. The total speed we are now moving is about 720,000 miles per hour as we sit here right now. All these speeds would factor into our fixing our normal understanding and experience of time-matter dilation on us each day. I'm suggesting that our bodies and everything around us are dilated. We don't experience the speed of 720,000 miles per hour because of Galileo's great laws of motion, the principle of inertia, the law of free fall, and the principle of relativity. And Siri can explain these laws in detail. But essentially they say, if we are moving at an unchanging constant speed, no matter how fast that speed is, we don't feel the speed. That's why you can drink your coffee in a fast-moving car as long as that motion does not change in any way. That's why we don't experience ourselves moving right now through space at the speed of 720,000 miles per hour. I want to insert here that the speed of light is 670 million miles per hour. Said more exactly, 670, 616, 629 million miles per hour. 670 miles per hour. I think that we Americans understand miles better than we understand kilometers. We are not moving even close to the speed of light. 600 million miles per hour is the speed of light. And that's how fast a spaceship would have to travel per hour if we are ever going to reach our nearest star, Proxima Centauri, in 4.2 years. 670 million miles per hour. We're going to follow up on this point later. My bigger point here now is that we don't experience the fact that our bodies are properly dilated from particle to wave, according to the speed that we are now in fact going. This is the natural state of affairs. It flows right out of the physics we know. Remember the story I told that happened in our Cursillo. They seem to be right at home in our physical world in their particle wave existence in our Cursillo. I presume that they are also very much at home in their wave particle existence in the other dimension. And I am projecting that they know the extremes of wave existence too. The divine mechanics that happened in the story were natural, and they are real. They happened. And they are very instructive to where divine mechanics wants to take us. So let's sum up what we have here in relationship to gravity and gravitational time dilation. Going way back in our presentation, we have stated that dense matter causes time dilation. We also, using divine mechanics, stated that dense matter makes God more grounded and slows him down. That gravity is the product of God working, willing things back to its center, which is him. Physicists do acknowledge that there is energy in gravitational waves. Divine mechanics states that energy at that scale is the product of a divine will. Because time does in fact dilate, we realize that the reality of time exists in him. This is in agreement with Christian philosophy, exhibited by the fact that he slows down. As he slows down, time must slow down. Or in reverse, if time is slowing down, then God must slow down. Time exists in him. So now, we want to say the same things about speed time dilation. What's happening here? We've already discussed that speed causes something to happen to matter. To the observer on the speeding spaceship, the perfectly good clock is counting off seconds just like it should. There is no awareness that time is running slow. All seems natural to that observer. Obviously, the clock is not making any evaluations about the speed of time. It's just ticking like it was made to tick. However, obviously, there is something different about that clock. Some scientists want to answer this phenomena by saying it is the slowing down of atoms because of the increased gravitational pull of dense matter. And we honor that perspective. Increased density of matter causes increased time dilation. But in practical terms, this is a very minor effect caused by gravity. We've already shown this type of effect is way too small to make any real difference anywhere, especially in space travel. We need something else that has some meaningful consequences. Speed is that needed dynamic. It is true. Scientists need to figure out how we can go much, much faster. But we also need something else. Divine mechanics calls that needed dynamic matter dilation. We describe that dynamic as the stress of speed causing the material in the clock and everything else on the spaceship to dilate. We image that it shifts from a denser particle stage toward a more wave stage, depending on the speed that it is going. We are also saying that this is a natural phenomenon. It happens all the time. We just described matter dilation as a consequence of speed. But now we want to reflect upon time dilation as a consequence of speed. So we're shifting here. We want to now look at time dilation as a consequence of speed. We're going to use the same reasoning that we used for gravitational time dilation. time exists in God. As the density of matter affected God, so does the rate of speed, but in a different way. What is happening to God as he experiences speed is extremely important if we ever want to do any real space travel. We will now discuss speed dilation. Remember, we in our presentation of divine mechanics have stated that time dilation is not a quantum physics problem. There is no quantum of time. There is no particle of time. There are only tiny segments of time. In divine mechanics, time dilation is a spiritual question. We also want to remind ourselves of our conclusion that time exists in the very existence of God. We have discussed this. When he is working in the material universe, an increased level of density of matter slows him down, and that is gravitational time dilation. Now we want to say that the rate of speed of a material object also slows him down. Faster clocks run more slow. Here we want to remind ourselves that God is the ground of all existence. Everything exists in him, and we discussed this. We are also in agreement with classical Thomistic philosophy. Let's see if we can understand this. The question becomes, what happens to God in relationship to speed? It is only through a deliberation with time mechanics that we can formulate some conclusions. First of all, we want to say that speed dilation of time is either deliberately planned by God or the natural consequence of God engaged with the natural physical universe. But either way, divine mechanics is at work. But it is a very important reality if we ever want to go faster than the speed of light. And we will get to that later. But what kind of explanation can we give for time dilation as a consequence of speed? What is happening to God when time dilates? Tied to this is what happens to God when matter dilates. What's going on? What we are going to suggest is that increased speed causes God to increasingly transcend time, to increasingly step out of time, to let go of the limits of the particle and enter into the freedom of the wave. Time has meaning only in relationship to matter, to the physical, to the ground. I want to say that again. Time has meaning only in relationship to matter, to the physical, to the ground. Everything, philosophically speaking, is grounded in God. As he changes his relationship to the ground, he changes his relationship with time. His existential experience with the ground determines his existential experience of time. And in him, so do we. Our existential experience of time is rooted in God's existential experience of the ground. I believe this insight is understood in classical Thomistic philosophy. Speed has the consequence of slowing time down. What does it mean when we say that speed has the consequence of slowing time down? Remember, this is the second stressor that causes time dilation. This is a different mechanism in divine mechanics as opposed to gravitational time dilation. This is speed time dilation. The mechanism that makes it happen is very different from the first mechanism. In fact, it happens at the opposite extreme of the density of matter. This stressor happens toward the wave existence of matter. It's the other limit to the existence of the particle as it is forced to move toward the wave status as a consequence of speed. We now will be talking about this second stressor involved in time dilation. The term speed dilation comes from science, which says that faster moving clocks run more slow. Speed is the second stressor. What really is happening is that at high speeds, God is transcending the limits of being grounded. He is stepping out of time as the density of ground matter shifts toward the wave. The particle moves towards its wave existence, which obviously is a less dense matter particle. As a particle becomes less dense, God becomes less grounded in it. As God becomes less grounded, he begins to step out of time. Time takes on a new value as the density of the matter particles take on a new value. In this case of the second stressor, the density of matter particle takes on its new value because of speed. The high speeds causes God's relationship to the particle to lessen in intensity. We say that he becomes less grounded. He and the particle become more transcendent, more wave-like. Time has meaning in relationship to God's relationship to the ground. In this case, when there is less ground, there's less of a relationship of God to the ground. Speed is the second stressor. In this context, it's not so much God slowing down, but it is God stepping out of time. As he steps out of time, the value of time changes. It is as if the value of time becomes more diluted. The way we describe this phenomenon is saying that at high speeds, or any speed for that matter, time slows down. I believe we could measure this phenomenon in the dilation of matter dilation. Let's unpack that understanding using divine mechanics. We want to remember our twin spaceship thought experiment, which was designed by astrophysicists themselves. A spaceship going to a place 9.5 light years away at 0.95% of the speed of light takes only 3.12 years to get there. The math tells us that time did slow down by 2/3 of its earthly value. And that's real science. To explain this phenomenon in divine mechanics, we understand that time is rooted in the existence of God. 0.95%, the speed of light, is amazingly fast when we remember that light travels at 670 million miles per hour. The question is, what happens to God at this level of speed when we remember that all that exists, all that is physical, is held into existence by God, is grounded in God? An off-topic question I have is, what happens to us when God changes his relationship to the ground? Time is not absolute, and my relationship to time doesn't seem to be even. The march of time seems sometimes to go faster and sometimes go slower. I wonder if the intensity of his relationship with the ground or earth might ebb or flow a bit at times, affecting our experience of the unfolding of time. But that's a different topic. I have to get us back on topic. And so we continue on with the topic. So then, we want to say, in speed-time dilation, we want to say his existential relationship with the ground moves from a grounded status towards an ever-increasing spiritual status or wave status, the faster the particle goes, which, as a pure spirit, is his natural state of existence. As he loosens his grip on the particle moves more and more toward a wave existence. As God's hold on matter lessens, as he moves with the particle at such fast speeds, the particle shifts from particle to wave status, and it becomes a less dense object. That's what we call matter dilation. With matter dilation, the lesser density of matter releases him from the demands of matter on his existential relationship with matter, on his existential relationship with the ground. He becomes more free. He becomes his more transcendent self. His relationship with the ground changes. So at each speed, as his relationship to the ground changes, so does time. He is stepping out of time as the density of matter lessens, because time unfolds in him in his relationship to the ground, to his experience of the ground. And this is time dilation. And this is the analysis of matter speed time dilation. Time dilation and matter dilation in this context are the opposite sides of the same coin. They work together. Matter dilation is one manifestation of the particle wave phenomenon as experienced and described in quantum physics. And so is time dilation. So to sum it up, we know that time dilates at high speeds. We believe something happens to the clocks at high speeds. We want to call this matter dilation. The particle is being forced to move toward a wave existence because of speed. We are suggesting that God changes his relationship with the ground at high speeds, hence time matter dilation. And we are glad of this phenomenon because it opens the door to the possibility of meaningful space travel. The phenomenon would be wonderful, and I like it a lot. All of these conclusions are reasonable conclusions because time dilation does in fact exist in science. It's a conclusion of science. This presentation presumes the existence of God. I experience him daily. And if God exists, and time dilation is a non-physical phenomenon, then using inductive reasoning, what has been described here is a logical description of the divine mechanics involved in the phenomenon of time dilation. We can create a mosaic of the phenomenon and its consequences. I believe this part of our discussion is absolutely amazing. Matter dilation and time dilation in the context of divine mechanics are at the heart of divine mechanics. Physicists are very astute in describing reality in mathematical terms. We can presume that God too acts in a proportionate, methodical, systematic way. What I am suggesting is that this phenomenon of time-matter dilation can already be calculated by our mathematicians. I'm going to state that time-matter dilation is the natural consequence of God's interaction with matter, and that it is a measured interaction. Scientists have already measured the effects of gravitational time dilation. The same could be done with speed-matter dilation. If it is accepted that something does indeed happen because of speed to the physical nature of the clock, then the word problem would be stated something like this. Given the state of dilation of a clock here on Earth, how much would a clock have to dilate at a given level of speed to make a speeding clock register a normal-looking minute? Using the twin paradox thought experiment, what kind of matter dilation would have to be recorded to make the speeding clock look like and act like a stationary clock? There could be calculated a matter dilation ratio. With that knowledge, we can begin to put our vision together. Believing that matter is real, let's look at the phenomenon. Scientists state that the speed of light is the speed limit of matter, the second stressor. Divine mechanics accepts this if matter remains static. But divine mechanics postulates that matter is dynamic and can move to a particle wave state and a wave particle state affected by speed. Given this postulate, let's do a thought experiment and go on an intergalactic space trip. But let's dream a bit, and let's hope a bit too. Many people, myself included, some scientists too, believe that real space travel is possible once we have the science and technology to do it. There is no concrete evidence that aliens from outer space are visiting us. I personally hope they are. And if they are, I'm betting that they are not sleeping their trip away in stasis. To me, stasis is very unrealistic. Before we go on our thought experiment trip, I want to interject another thought to increase our hope. This thought is for those who believe in God. 8 or 9 years ago, I was having these thoughts while hiking up in Glacier Park. I was meditating on the God that I know, and I was pondering whether it was possible that the God I know would create only one planet with intelligent life on it. And I was looking at a field of flowers, of wild flowers. I wondered, how many kinds of flowers are there in Glacier Park? So I asked Siri, but Siri wouldn't answer me. Technology let me down. There was no internet service. But I was seeing a lot of different kinds of flowers. Later, back home, I asked Siri again. And Siri said there are over 1,000 different kinds of flowers in Glacier National Park. Now back to my reflection. I was pondering that the God I know does not create just one of anything. Given the fact that our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, has over 100 billion stars in it, and given the fact that the James Webb telescope shows that there are way over 100 billion galaxies. And the majority of those galaxies have around 100 billion stars in them. And many of those stars have planets orbiting them. According to Siri, our galaxy, the Milky Way, holds at least 300 million potentially habitable worlds based on the most conservative interpretation of the results of a study published in the Astronomical Journal. For those who believe in God and think He is great, I want you to just stop and think for a moment. Just pause and think. Is it logical that our good God would expend all that energy to create such an expansive universe and have only one planet in it with intelligent life? That makes absolutely no sense to me, knowing our God. I've already suggested that our God is humble and not wasteful. Given that He is humble and not wasteful, if you are still on the same wavelength with me, how many planets would you guess would be a moderate, humble amount of planets with intelligent life on them in the universe? I would guess a conservative number would be around 1 billion. If this is true, considering I believe in the resurrection of the body and everlasting life, I want to visit some of them. And what are you going to do in your glorified body for everlasting life? When I shared this thought with our De La Salle BLACKFEET fourth graders over the years, they don't roll their eyes at me. Some of them, as I've mentioned before, wanted to go with me. And so in that context, let's do our thought experiment and analyze what our galactic space trip might look like. Imagine, dream a bit, and let's see if it might be possible. Before we do our dream, I need to make an editorial comment about this YouTube presentation. We are coming toward the end of our cosmological presentation, so before I continue on, I need to make some general comments about this effort. First of all, seeing that you are still with me in this journey, I want to thank you for bearing with me along the way. This is certainly new territory for me to teach, and in my wildest dreams, I never thought that what I believe in my soul would take so long to unpack. I thank you for hanging in there with me. It was fun for me to do this presentation, to piece together this mosaic or this understanding of divine mechanics. I loved the process and learned a lot along the way. It was a faith experience for me, and I experienced the Lord the whole distance of the way, and I thank you. As you can see, this presentation is done on YouTube. Somewhere on this page, there is a subscribe button and a like button. I don't have anything to subscribe to, but YouTube boosts the visibility of these kinds of works by the number of people who subscribe to the presentation. Also the same with the like button. If you liked what you heard, please hit the subscribe button and the like button to move this presentation out of the basement of YouTube to a place where more people might be exposed to this message. And I truly thank you for doing this. So now, back to finishing off our vision, our dream of what divine mechanics can offer us. We are at a transition in this presentation. As I mentioned before, on how this effort is received will determine if I do a part 2 in cosmology. Science has its cosmological perspective, and so does Christianity. I have made the two cosmology perspectives touch each other with divine mechanics. We are in and out of each cosmology with the particle-wave dynamic. There is a symmetry here that is in harmony with astrophysics and quantum physics, factoring in divine mechanics. Now we are going to transition to a more wave-particle phenomenon. Christian cosmology, Christian theology, Christian eschatology, which is the study of the end times, has a lot to say about the wave-particle phenomenon, and actually more to say about the wave reality, the spiritual. Most of that should be covered in a part 2 of my cosmological vision. But we are doing physics here. But the two cosmologies overlap. In our spaceship science fiction dream that we are going to do now, I want to purposely make our space travel journey from a particle wave stage to a wave particle stage a bit fuzzy. I think quantum mechanics would like this dynamic and is very comfortable with this dynamic. But there is a faith element in here that can't be avoided, and it makes the transition we are going on a bit fuzzy, but very real and very believable from a faith perspective and from a physics perspective also. By fuzzy, I mean I want my science fiction space trip to be a bit unclear about whether we are traveling in the particle wave stage of our journey, or the wave particle, or even the purely wave stage of our existence on this make-believe journey. We are not doing theology here, we are doing theoretical science, or better said, a science fiction thought experiment. To introduce this dynamic, I need to introduce a Bible story here. This event is taken from Luke's Gospel, chapter 24, verses 13 to 25, and it's titled, The Road to Emmaus Story. It is packed with spiritual insights, but we are doing physics here. I want to discuss the physics revealed in the story. Everything we say now reveals some physics to us. In the Emmaus story, Jesus had already died on the cross. In the story, Jesus wants to reveal that he has risen from the dead. In the story, Jesus appears to two of his disciples walking on the road to a village named Emmaus. He walks along with them, but they don't recognize him. He's kicking up dust while walking. He's physical. He's talking to them. Words are physical. They may have bumped up against him along the way. He is physical. Then at Emmaus, they invited Jesus to come in and eat with them. Jesus could eat. But at the meal, at the breaking of the bread, the eyes of the two disciples were opened and they recognized him, and he promptly disappeared from their sight. This event not only has spiritual significance, the story has supreme significance to us right now as we do our physics. He is, in this event, showing us some physics. To use quantum mechanical terms, the particle, Jesus, died to become a wave. The wave, Jesus, on the road becomes a particle wave. At the meal, he again became a wave and disappeared from their sight. And I believe every single word of the story. And in this context, I would like to tell my science fiction space story. In my space story, it is not clear to me if we as a human race will ever be able to travel unbelievably fast so as to make the transitions I will be talking about. I've always talked about space travel in the context of after the resurrection of the body and in the context of everlasting life. After Jesus comes again in glory at the end of the world, and we are raised again, made physical in a glorified physical body. My instincts tell me that it may not be possible before the second coming of Christ to do the kind of space travel that I want to do. Our Christian faith teaches us that we will be raised from the dead to have a glorified body. We are going to be doing something in this glorified body. That is a logical conclusion. But what about now? Here is where I am going to be more open, a bit fuzzy in my belief. We are going to do some space travel. So then, on with my story. Remember, light travels at 670 million miles per hour. NASA's New Horizons spaceship travels only at the speed of 36,000 miles per hour. And it's the fastest spaceship that we have. Light travels at 670 million miles per hour. Our fastest spaceship travels at 36,000 miles per hour. We've got a long ways to go to reach the speed of light, and the speed of light is way too slow for the kind of trips I have in mind. My instincts tell me that a glorified body would be necessary to do the kind of travel that I imagine. However, I've already stated that I am open to believe that our planet has had visitors from other planets. So do many other people believe this. This is not an unreasonable thought. If it is ever shown concretely that there have been some visitors to Earth from other planets, I won't be surprised. And that would prove that attaining speeds beyond the speed of light can indeed be accomplished in the here and now. Then we too could invent a way to break the speed-light barrier. I'm willing to bet that many of you who are still with me have watched and enjoyed, like me, many episodes of Star Trek. Just to make a fun point right now, in the Star Trek series, warp drive, which creates a speed way faster than the speed of light, was invented by an offbeat scientist in Bozeman, Montana. By Montana standards, that's just a short jaunt from here. Humans are thinking about Star Trek adventures, and we want to experience them too. So in that context, let's do our thought experiment and tell a science fiction story about space travel. And quite frankly, our common understanding of Star Trek will be helpful in this regard, a kind of metaphor to carry the story along. This is not a long story, it's a quick story. We're only interested in the effects of speed on us. So we board the spaceship Enterprise, which is at rest here on Earth. At the beginning of our journey, when the ship begins to move, we experience acceleration. I'm hoping that you have been in a big city skyscraper on an elevator that accelerates upward at such a controlled speed that the passengers hardly even notice the very fast speeds that the elevator attains. That's how our spaceship would accelerate. As Einstein demonstrated in the elevator thought experiment, to demonstrate the nature of gravity, he showed that in outer space, in an accelerating elevator, one would not be able to tell the difference between the experience of Earth's gravity and the force of gravity created by an accelerating elevator, if the elevator were accelerating at the speed of 32 feet per second squared. If a spaceship in cruise mode were constantly accelerating at 32 feet per second squared, there would be a constant state of Earth's gravity along the way. Scientists know that a spaceship in the form of a large disk would be the most efficient way to make this happen. They know that Earth's gravity could easily be duplicated if in empty space it accelerated. So in empty space, it accelerated with the flat bottom being away from the direction of acceleration or of deceleration. It could be done quite easily, quite frankly. As the spaceship accelerates, there is the phenomenon of time dilation and matter dilation and gravitational time dilation. Each phenomenon has its proper natural effect on the spaceship and on the people in it. Time dilation and gravitational time dilation are now easily calculated by physicists everywhere. It can already be measured by our scientists, but not yet experienced at the speeds I want our spaceships to go. But at whatever speed, time dilation and gravitational time dilation can be calculated. In this thought experiment, it is matter dilation that becomes interesting. And that's what we want to explore here now. We begin to explore what might be the possibilities here. I want to bring to mind some of the phenomenon we have discussed. Remember my Cursillo story. That really happened. If you ask around your own circle of influence, the odds are that the phenomenon that I experienced was experienced by someone you know. Also, remember, if you want, the witness stories of the gospel told about Jesus after the resurrection. With these thought experiments in mind, we want to analyze the different stages that a spaceship and the people would go through in a phenomenon of matter dilation. In our thought experiment on the starship Enterprise, our spaceship is beginning to accelerate starting at the speed 0. If this acceleration were done gradually, it would be easily tolerated. The goal would be to achieve near speed of light in the first stage of acceleration. Science teaches us that matter resists going faster than the speed of light. If we are doing this thought experiment in today's reality and accepting the possibility of extraterrestrial visitors, I conjecture then that if the acceleration were done at a moderate speed, like a modern day elevator, over a very extended period of time, they could achieve near the speed of light. Remember, there is the phenomenon of time dilation. Time is slowing down the faster they go. My conjecture is that the spaceship and the bodies of the people aboard the spaceship would matter dilate, transitioning from particle to particle wave status of existence and hardly know the difference. It would be a smooth transitional experience. Scientists calculate that at the speed of light, their calculations fold into infinity, setting the speed limit for everyday matter. That's the second limit. I am conjecturing two possibilities once we begin to think of speeds faster than the speed of light. The first is that God made it possible that we can naturally transition to the limits of the wave particle existence, even transitioning to the wave existence and back to wave particle existence in our current state of existence here on Earth. The second possibility is that we are in our glorified body. To say these things out loud kind of shocks me. Especially, it shocks me to say that this in the context of the everyday world. But if there are visitors from other planets visiting us, then something like this must be able to happen, because it would be happening to them. But we need to understand this. It would take many lifetimes to gradually accelerate to speeds many times the speed of light. That's mathematically clear. It would take many lifetimes to gradually accelerate to the speeds many times the speed of light. And that's not practical. So then to say it, to be able to visit stars at the other end of our galaxy, we need warp drive, we need warp speed. And our spaceship needs to transition to a wave status. And if we are going to indulge in this kind of thinking, it would be fun for me to think that warp drive would be invented in Bozeman, Montana. The trick would be getting to some increased level of speed. My conjecture would be that the spaceship and all of it that is in it would transition from particle to wave status during the time of rapid acceleration. This would happen only in warp drive acceleration. I can only imagine what that might look like. I have seen it happen in reverse in my Cursillo story. Also, Jesus did rise from the dead. And that's a word being spoken to us. After he rose from the dead, he did walk the face of the earth. That's a word being spoken to us. And he did transition between particle, wave particle existence. He is the Word of God. Every act he did is a word being spoken to us. The word being spoken to us is that it is possible to go from a particle form to a wave form, and then again a wave form to a particle form, because he did it. The phenomenon is possible and does have the feel of symmetry about it. As the spaceship slowed down, all in it would transition back to particle existence and slow to a gravitational environment of Earth with an acceleration of 32 feet per second squared. My major point here is that in a quantum mechanical environment, through the eyes of faith, recognizing unlimited possibilities of divine mechanics, honoring the symmetry exhibited here, I think this vision is very realistic, especially when we factor in the reality of everlasting life. Or if we are destined to be in a long haul here on Earth, as we exist now, if we don't destroy ourselves in the meantime, and again, if we were meant to be, we could get the job done here on Earth. I have to say, though, God and divine mechanics are the key. And that's my dream. This brings us to the end of the presentation of cosmology as it is reflected by divine mechanics. Just to summarize some of the new science presented here, we made the postulate statement that energy is the product of a spirit, and that dense energy and dark energy are the product of God's will, a divine spirit, a divine will. I believe this will be easily verified by anyone who is open to the spiritual world, and most especially to the reality of God. Christians can easily do it when they remember the energy given them by the empowerment of the Holy Spirit. That empowerment is some of the topic for part 2 and is the way that life is meant to be lived anyways. Actually, that empowerment would streamline our scientific progress. We postulated the need for the discipline of divine mechanics. I cannot imagine quantum mechanics making advances without accepting divine mechanics. I cannot imagine major advances in science without making this transition. I believe God's inspiration would be very helpful at this juncture of scientific development. We postulated that matter and dark matter flow out of the energy that God expended by virtue of His will, and the manipulation of that energy in such a way as to create all that same matter. We postulated that gravity is the product of God willing things back to its source, ultimately meaning Him. Gravity is energy expended as an attractive force, a product of His will, as opposed to dark energy, which ends up having the opposite effect. We also stated, in union with Christian cosmology, that all that exists is grounded in God. We also stated that time itself exists in the very existence of God. We made a theory of matter dilation and believe that it is necessary for any meaningful long-distance space travel. We are fuzzy in our assertions of whether extreme matter dilation can happen now or whether we would have to wait for the Christian expectation of the future new heavens and new earth. I would love to discuss all of this expectation in a part 2 of this presentation of cosmology. I would be more at home doing a teaching on Christian cosmology, but we'll wait to see how this effort lands. If you are still with me, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you. I believe, in the context of current affairs, this cosmological understanding is very important to a more complete understanding of scientific cosmology. Blessings to you all. Remember to push the subscribe button and the like button, and let's see where this lands. And with everything I do this in Jesus' name. Amen.